Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's good.
Kathy
Hi.
and Andrea. Hello, Andrea.
Hi, Path. I'm just here. I work with Ruben, so he's
Oh, right.
dropping his daughter at school. So I'm just jumped in to make sure everybody gets in okay.
Thank you so much for doing that. Amy, hello.
Morning, how are you?
Well, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
Oh, your voice is loud and clear there.
Oh, a bit too upbeat for a Friday.
No. Leave it. It's good for a Friday.
I've gone with the AirPods today.
That's pretty clear too. I don't know
Yeah.
what my voice is like. I've got an external microphone, but hopefully it's okay.
It's good.
Yep, sounds good. I sent everybody a little reminder about 15
thank
minutes
you,
ago,
Andrew.
Path. So
Appreciate it.
she got a few people that said they couldn't make it at the last minute.
Oh, do they?
So yeah, you've got the list for today.
I do. Yep.
All right. So Joe Beat won't be attending,
Okay.
and Ingrid won't be attending.
Okay.
So we're still waiting on David, John, Michael, and Amanda.
John is just here.
Oh, John, excellent.
Letting him in. Gerard. The other person.
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry, Gerard too, because we forgot he was in Perth. So it's 7 a.m. for him. So we're going to put him on that later course.
Oh, right.
Yeah, sorry, we
Cool.
missed that one.
All right.
Good morning, John.
Perfect. Hi, John.
Good morning.
Hey, Andrea.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just flicked through my calendar in the background.
Mhm.
I don't know if there's a later one of these. I know we did a yellow belt later on, but would you mind just sending me do you have my
Yeah.
address?
Yes, I do. I'll Ruben will be back at his desk in about 10 minutes.
Yep. No
So
worries.
I'll chat with him and we'll just confirm all of the dates.
Yeah, the
Because
third,
he said to me he thought there was one in July, but
yeah, we'll make that the afternoon. The one in July, we'll make it
yeah.
the session.
Okay.
So that,
Yep. All right.
we
Well,
can-
we'll send
I
through
just-
the confirmation of the others. No problem.
Yep. I'll
Yep,
just
so-
haven't got that in right now. That's all.
Yeah, because we've got the yellow belts.
Yeah, I have a
We
yellow
swapped out
belt.
the numbers. We swapped out the numbers, I think, because
Right.
we needed another one in this. But anyway, we'll confirm that with you. No problem at
Not
all.
a problem. Not a problem at all. So we have a couple more people joining. I'll just let them
Excellent.
in. Hi, Nicole.
Good morning. How you going?
Well, thank you.
That's
Oh,
good.
that's a beautiful place you're in.
Oh,
Nice window and everything.
I wish it's actually a background. So, yeah.
But Amanda, would you mind doing this? Just do that. That's real, isn't it?
It's real.
That's real.
You may see a dog walk in the background.
So Nicole's observing today, Path.
Okay.
Yeah, she's part of the change management team.
Oh, perfect. We had
Yeah.
who do we have last time? That was
You had
Rosella.
and Karen Curtin. Did Karen join?
Karen was
last
there,
time?
and
Yep.
and who else was it?
Rosella.
Rosella.
Rosella. That's
Yeah.
right. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Hey, Nicole, I know you're observing in inverted commas, but I'm going to put you into the groups. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah,
I've got,
absolutely. Yep.
I've got breakout groups happening, so I'll make sure I put you into one of those.
Does no one rely on me for anything? Okay.
I'm going to throw to you for everything to do with change leadership, and let's see how we go. So I'm just looking through the list. I think we have one or two more.
We've got David Davies and Michael Shrubney, which I
Yeah.
can I'll individually message them right now just to see
Not a problem.
happening.
We'll give it another minute or so. Is that okay, everyone? Just give me a thumbs up. Is that okay? Yep. Team, I will be asking us to stay unmuted if we can in terms of our video, but naturally there'll be times when you just need to turn the video off briefly. That's fine too.
Path, it's Amy here.
Yeah.
I'm unfortunately I need to take my son to the doctor at about 12:30. I'm afraid.
That's okay.
Any time I could get, so I will need to leave a little bit early. My apologies.
I'm recording this session, and So what I will do at the end, as soon as the recording has landed, is I'll somehow share that. It might be a YouTube link, Andrea and Nicole. I'll just, Andrea, I'll share a YouTube link, and that way it'll be a private YouTube link, so no one else can see it other than people with the link. And that way we can share that. Last time I ran this was on Wednesday, and we had some technical issues. And I don't think the recording has landed all that well. But today I've got an external Wi-Fi setup thing happening, disconnected from my home Wi-Fi. You know, these things happen. Team, shall we get started? We're just waiting on one more person, I think, but I think we should start.
There's Mike. Okay. Are you happy for me to go off the line now, Path? Or
would you mind just maybe waiting for another minute or so,
of course,
in case,
no problem. No
in
problem
case
at all.
something happens? And Mike is still connecting to audio.
Yes.
I'm hoping he'll click the audio connect button. We'll get started. I love to interact, but actually before, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Before we get started, I'd just like to say that we can begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting. And I pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging. I'm from an organization called Vative, excuse me. And Vative is based in Glen Waverley in Victoria. And we're on Wurundjeri country when we're in Victoria. But right now I'm on Turrbal country. I'm in Brisbane. So welcome to Leading Change. Now, just to confirm that today is not about how to manage change. We won't be going to frameworks of change management. This is more about yourself. This is more about how you lead change as a leader for any size and any shape of change, be that small change, big change, doesn't matter. Just in terms of ground rules, if you don't mind, I would love to see you. Hi, Ingrid. I'd love to see you leave your cameras on if you can. But naturally, there might be stuff happening in the background, and you may have to. Oh, hello. Welcome, Mike. You're just connected to audio there. But knowing that this is an online kind of workshop, I know that we'll need breaks. So every hour, I promise you a break. We'll make it either 5 minutes or 10 minutes, depending on how we're going. Is that okay, everyone? I'm going to be asking for lots of interaction. When I say everyone or team, I mean ladies and gentlemen. Is that okay?
Mhm.
I mean all of us, yes. I won't say ladies and gentlemen, can't takes too long, but I'll just say team or everyone. I have got a bunch of slides. Is it okay if I don't read every word on every slide? Sorry, the double thumbs up means you want me to read every word on every slide. Is it? No, the violin shakes her head. No, I'm not going to read. I'd rather tell you the stories behind the slides and connect you to the content in that way. I do have around 40 odd slides to go through, but I won't be reading that. Is it also okay if I ask you lots of questions? Please unmute and talk to me. Why do you think I asked lots of questions? Which, by the way, is about the 6th question I've asked you so far. Why do you think I asked lots of questions?
Check for understanding.
Yep. To confirm understanding. Yep. Keep going. Why else do you think?
Engaged.
Sorry, say that again.
Keep us engaged.
Keep you engaged. Yes, absolutely.
Because you don't have all the answers.
I don't have all the answers. That's actually a very good reason. I actually don't have all the answers. And so I'm going to be throwing to you. So I'm going to be asking you for your experiences as well. Why else do you think I asked lots of questions?
It allows us to have conversation around areas of interest to ourselves.
It does. It does. It involves you in the conversation. Yeah. And did you notice that silence that happened when I asked that last question? Why else do you think I asked the questions? I actually asked questions for that silence as well, because in that silence, you're trying to fill in that silence with, well, what am I supposed to say? Is Path expecting anything in particular, or is there a particular answer I'm supposed to be searching for? I'd love to make you think. Team, I trust all that is okay. I have another form of interaction, which is, of course, our chat window. Would you mind opening your chat window, please, and type in your full name and where you're located right now. So I'll do the same. Let's type in your full name. Home in Sydney. Hey, Andrea, thanks very much. I think we're pretty much all here, and we'll see how we go. Thank you again.
Great. Thank you. Have a great training, guys.
Sydney, Gadigal countries. Yep. Sydney. Oh, a number of us are Sydney. How do I say that? Quandamuka country.
Quandamuka country. So it's Redlands. So where you are in
Redlands.
Brisbane, that's where our office is. But I'm
Right.
working from home today, so Quandamuka.
There you go. Nicole is Glenbrook, Blue Mountains. Oh, what a beautiful spot. That's why the background looks so beautiful. Yep. And Amy is in Sydney, Gadigal country. Thank you so much, everyone. That's one form of interaction. The other form of interaction that I do have is if you press your reactions button down the bottom of your Zoom window, there's a raise hand. So could you all raise hand, please? And what raise hand does is it, does that work, Ingrid? Like, is there a button there where to raise hand? What raise hand does is it pops you up to the top of my screen. And so if you want, if I'm in flow and I'm chatting away at whatever I'm talking about, please feel free to raise hand and interrupt my flow. Naturally, when I ask questions, just jump in, unmute, type something into chat. You can lower your hand, by the way. You'll notice that that particular reaction of raise hand, the hand stays up until you lower the hand. So please lower the hand. Unless, Mike, you have something to ask, in which case, by all means. As I said, this is being recorded. There's one other form of interaction that I have, which is I have an iPad here. And on this iPad, I take lots of notes, and I like to draw pictures. I like to draw pictures to kind of connect my audiences to, you know, I actually grew up facilitating in a room. And if I'm facilitating in a room, what do you naturally have behind you? You either have a whiteboard or a flip chart, and I love drawing stuff on a flip chart, and that's how I typically facilitate. But when COVID hit and we all went to online learning, I've come across a different way of using the equivalent of a flip chart. I'll show you, and I'm hoping that you'll tell me that you can see this. Can everyone see this? It's just a whiteboard, and you should see it going up and down. And I've got two views. You would see that. Sorry, I'm just going to move something out of view. Can you see that I've just drawn a squiggle? Yep, and I'll be deleting the squiggle. And I've got two modes here. I've got that mode, and I've got a full screen presentation mode. Depending on what I'm talking about, I'll use one of those. So, so if I'm doing a bunch of bullet points and I want you to read those bullet points, that's the kind of thing that I'll do. What I will be doing is sharing these PDF notes as well with Andrea and with Ruben, so that they're available for you as well. Now, I don't know how they get loaded or sent across to you. It might be email, or it might be that the LMS might have some links. You do have an LMS, don't you, where a learning management system where you can connect and see stuff? I'm hoping it'll be loaded somewhere up there. Today, we're going to be talking about leading change. So I will, I'll open up by asking you a few questions. I'll introduce myself, but the questions that I'd love to go through as we introduce ourselves are, of course, that's question one. I'm just typing something into chat. Question one is, what's your name and your role? Question two is, what's your experience at leading change? I'm curious to hear your answer to that question. What's your experience at leading change? The third question is, if there was one thing you would love to get out of today. Now, I know you haven't seen the content and you've only got a brief description from the LMS of what this workshop is about. But if there's one thing you would love to get out of this workshop, what would that be? What would you love to get? And the fourth thing is, I want you to tell me a little known fact about yourselves. When I say a little known fact, the little known fact does not have to be the whole truth. You can actually tell me a fib if you really want. And the rest of us will guess whether you're telling the truth or whether it's false. Is that okay? Just a bit of a fun game to play. So a little known fact, true or not, doesn't matter. We'll guess whether it's true or not. I had one lady, when I asked that question in one of my cohorts at Swinburne University, she, with a totally straight face, said this. She said, I represented Australia in the 1980 Moscow Olympics, and I was a figure skater back then, way back whenever. We all went, wow, a figure skater from the 1980 Olympics. And we thought she was telling the truth until she turned around and said, hey, everyone, 1980 was Summer Olympics. There's no figure skating in Summer Olympics. So she wasn't quite telling us the truth. But myself, my name is Parth Palmakanti. I'm from this organization called Vative. We're, as I said, we're based in Victoria, Glen Waverley, but I'm actually leading the Queensland chapter, if you like, of Vative. We're expanding our services in Queensland, and it was seen fit that I come up here and help with that expansion. My role at Vative, other than being an executive director and a part owner of Vative, Vative, by the way, is short for innovative. Just out of curiosity, you know, when you've got a cool company name, we've been around for the last 18 years now. When you've got a cool company name and your identity stays as Vative, you know, cool, we think it's a cool company name anyway. It's just short for the word innovative. How long do you think you should spend coming up with a cool company name if you're going to start up a business? What do you reckon? Type something in or say something, up to you.
Just ask ChatGPT, it'll give you the right answer.
So how long do you reckon, Mike? Cool company name. How long should you spend is what I'm asking.
How long should you spend? I don't know. Aren't the most inspiring names, you know, when people have a shower and it hits them? You never know.
So you reckon 5 minutes?
Well, I'm sure you're going to get a lot more wrong and then suddenly
3
right.
months? Keep going, everyone. Have a guess. How long do you think we might have spent coming up with a cool company name like Vative? Someone says 3 months. Thanks, Kathy. As long as it takes to, no, that's yeah, see, that's that's like how long is a piece of string. No, I want you to guess a time frame. Go on. Because, you know, by the way, when will we get it perfectly right? I'm just asking.
Were you including consultation in this?
So say again, Amy?
Would you include consultation in this, or is it just?
Well,
it was
three original founders. So make up a time frame. Go on.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. There you go. One workshop session. Hey, a workshop of how long? What do you reckon? An hour?
Half a day to a day.
Half a day to a day?
Half
1
a day.
month? Yep. Ingrid says it depends on if you know your purpose. There was a commonality of purpose for what brought people in. So I'm going to type in a number for how long it actually took. Are you ready for this? 17 minutes. And Ingrid, you're kind of closest to the mark when you said it depends on if you know your purpose. The reason why the three original founders came together was that. Why do you think it only took 17 minutes?
I think it's because they knew exactly what they wanted, right?
Yep. What else do you think led to only taking 17 minutes?
You were purposeful in how you did it, perhaps?
Yes, we were. We're very purposeful in how we did it. Yeah. So the three original founders set themselves 30 minutes to find a cool company name. It actually took 24 minutes because the other 7 minutes was for registering vative.com.au. But in the first 5-10 minutes, the conversation went around, we want to be innovative. We want to bring something innovative to the world. And someone went, why don't we just call ourselves Inno something? And someone else said, why don't we call ourselves Vative something? And then we just stuck with Vative. And it only took 17 minutes of discussion and conversation. And does it sound right? And how many syllables is it? And 2 syllables. But it was clear boundaries. It was clear boundaries of time. It's the how we did it that actually gave us the outcome. How we lead change will give you the right outcomes. We'll talk more about that. So I'm one of the founding partners. I'm not one of the founding partners. I'm one of the partners that joined later on, and I've been at Vative for the last 12 years. Prior to that, I was the general manager of operations at an automotive tier 1 organization called Sumitomo. And Sumitomo is a large global conglomerate. And I was privileged enough to be part of their global leadership team and experience that. Prior to that, I spent 20 years at Ford Motor Company. So my career spanned 35 years now. I started Ford Motor Company 35 years ago in the Ford Graduate Training Program. We were put through 1 week of kind of induction, and the entire business coming and talking to us. The president and all the vice presidents came and talked to us about the company and why they're proud to be part of the company. And at the end of that first week, in fact, of our induction week, we all got told on a Friday afternoon that every single one of us will be spending 1 day a week, starting from Monday. We got told this on a Friday. Starting from Monday, we'll spend 1 day a week on a Ford production line for 10 weeks. Why do you think they got us to work on a production line for 10 weeks?
Understand your
Product.
product.
Good
Yes.
answer, Amy.
Amanda, what did you say? Product.
Same thing, understand the product.
And Amy, what did you say?
Understand the product.
The product. Same. Snap. Why else do you think?
I think to build some empathy with the teams that work in there as well.
Can I just say, Ingrid, you've come right to the nub of the issue there. That's the reason why. Connect with the people. Empathy. This is what it means. Why 10 weeks? What do you think? Why
Build
not?
trust.
Build trust. Yep, keep going. Why else? Why 10 weeks?
Understand the variances that would happen.
Yes. Across 10 weeks in a high-paced organization, high-paced environment like automotive, across 10 weeks, there's a lot of change. How do people manage themselves through change? How is change led? How is change communicated? We got to see all of that, but see all of that from the receiving end. See all of that from the receiving end. So that was my background and my experience in leading change. I've just kind of given you some of the roles that I've led, but I've actually helped Ford of Australia and Ford New Zealand. So I was Director of Quality and Customer Satisfaction of Ford Australia and New Zealand, and I've helped to create the mindset of quality at Ford Australia and Ford New Zealand, and align that with the global kind of thinking around quality and customer satisfaction. But what I love to get, I would love to get for you, each of you, to walk away with at least one thing that's different to what you've seen before or what you've known before, and start to apply that starting from tomorrow. A little known fact about me, is it true or not? You can guess. A little known fact about me, I have,
Underneath.
just bear with me.
Sorry.
That's all right. Just got someone joining and I wasn't expecting. Just bear with me. Drop my pen. Hi, Joe.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I didn't have you on my list. I was a bit surprised to see you, but welcome.
You didn't have me on your list. I've had all sorts of issues getting into this today, and I started to wonder if the email that I'd been sent out was spam or something. I was furiously checking all of the email addresses associated with it and thinking, oh no, I've clicked on something I shouldn't have here. But it's all been highly confusing, I have to say. But nice to see you, Parth.
Good to see you too, Joe. Joe, just to confirm, you're part of Sumitomo Corporation, is that correct?
Sorry?
I'm just kidding. You're part of AICD. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
You absolutely stitched me there. So is this a one-to-one kind of thing?
No, it's one-to-many.
Oh, okay. So we're just waiting on others?
No, we've got a whole group of us here.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, hello.
Kathy.
Why can't I see any of you guys? Oh, there you
You're
are.
not allowed.
I'll go on mute and shut up now then. All right.
Oh, no, Joe, that's okay. That's no problem at all. I'm glad you're here, by the way. I'm glad you're here.
Okay.
We're just getting into the introduction phase, so it's all good. What would I love to get? I've told you that. A little known fact about me. Let's see if it's true or not. I can write my name. I'm from India. I can write my name in 3 languages. There you go. Truth or lie? What do you reckon? Type something into chat. I'm so glad you've got so much trust in me. It's an absolute lie. I can only write my name in 2 languages. So that's a half truth. I can write my name in 2 languages, not 3. So there you go. Team, I'm going to throw it to you. Would you mind taking 30 seconds to a minute just to introduce yourselves and answer those 4 questions? If you scroll back in chat, you'll see the questions. Joe, I just realized I put these questions into chat before you joined. So let me see if I can copy these questions and repaste them. So those are the 4 questions we're going through. Kathy, could I start with you, please?
Sure. So Kathy Russell, Head of People and Culture. My experience leading change probably relates to structural changes, particularly working in partnership with the business around anything to do with that side of things, but also to a degree systems and processes. So since I've been at AICD, which is 6 years, we introduced our HRIS system. Before that, we had spreadsheets and bits of paper and 5 million different forms. So a lot of that was around planning and implementing that and then rolling that out as well. So I was quite heavily involved in that. And I've also been involved in a really big shift in my prior role from a 900-page website down to an intranet, which was, I think we got it down to around 100 pages, which was quite a difference. So yeah, so I think for me, my stuff is often day to day as well. You'd see a lot of different things happening there that people probably don't even notice that it's changed. For me, I'd love to get more understanding around how we all work together as leaders around actually taking everyone on the journey, particularly when you get people that are perhaps blocked to change and aren't happy to go on that, and how we might support them moving through some of those barriers. And a little known fact about me is I actually have a gold medal that I got at a world championship for dragon boating.
World Championship. By the way, you're not allowed to ask any qualifying questions, okay? You'll simply have to guess now whether that's a truth or it's a lie. Dragon boat, gold medal winner. There you go. Truth or lie? You got a couple of truths. Kathy, I'm going to say that's true because I don't know if you can make up something like that. So there you go. That's my opinion.
It is true. Gold and a silver, actually. So.
A gold and a silver.
Yeah. And the silver was by 0.04 of a second. So try and do that on a stopwatch sometime.
Yep. Wonderful. Did you pay that person a lot of money for that 0.4 of a second?
We were very disappointed. It was it's so hard to tell when you're on the water as well. So yeah.
Kathy, thank you so much. Amy, could I throw to you, please?
You can. Hi, everybody. Amy Worley, Accessibility Manager at AICD. I've been here for about a year, but I also had 6 months off that year to have my second child. Experience in leading change, I would say a lot of that would have happened in my previous role at a different organisation. I was the deputy CEO there, and I don't think I can go past COVID. And the changes we had to lead and how we delivered our services to our members, etc. And equally just how we worked and the impact that had on the staff. So many different changes there. Similar to Kathy, rolled out new systems, which would be another example of leading change and how we worked and how we used our systems. And a huge one, I would say, that was big for the organisation and me would be leading the organisation through the change of a new CEO and onboarding the new CEO. Oh, what do I want to get? I just love to learn, love to hear from others. So I just want to get different perspectives to challenge my own and strengthen my own. And a little known fact about me, I met the Queen when I was 5.
When you were 5?
Yeah.
Truth or lie? Amy met the Queen when she was 5. By the way, I'm hoping everyone else is kind of trying to think of something for a little known fact, right? I don't know, Amy, I'm going to go true.
It is true.
There you go. Where did you meet the Queen when you were 5?
It was at a movie premiere. Yeah, I don't even know how I got to do it, but I got to give her some flowers.
Ah, amazing. You still remember it?
I don't know if it's the photos that I remember or the actual doing it, but yeah, so yeah, I have some vague memory of it, yes.
Thank you, Amy. John, you're next on my screen.
Thanks, Mark. So John Devine, Head of Board Advance. So for yourself, part that is our B2B arm. So we provide education and performance assessment to boards as a whole, rather than the membership arm of the business. my experience with leading change. In fact, since I joined AICD 5 years ago, it feels like we have been in continuous change through all of that period. And prior to that, involved in a number of education organisations that were always involved in change. And that was often my responsibility from an operations point of view. What to get out of today? I'm really interested in learning how to motivate team members through continuous change. I've noticed obviously some change fatigue over time, and how to get people to be enthusiastic and involved and engaged through the entire process, particularly when you're always looking and there's always continuous change through there. Interesting fact about myself, I was the 1982 St Finbarr's Primary School Disco champion, and very proud of that fact. So that is my interesting bit of information for you.
19. Well, we've got 100% true. Very, very true. True.
It's pretty obvious that it's true, isn't it? So
I really want it to be true. So
yeah. And I will add, just for everybody's enjoyment, because it's Friday, there was great controversy in year 4 because I got defeated. And yeah, it was controversial because, everybody that knows me knows I should have been defending champion in 1983. I was robbed. Just putting it out there. I don't hold grudges, but I was robbed.
Still not holding a grudge. Good on you. Good on you. John, thank you so much. Amanda.
Morning all, it's Amanda Tate. I am moonlighting as the acting head of member and client proposition while I head up the events and sponsorship team. I would say I've been with AICD almost 8 years now, so just through a period of time you see change. But I guess the most experience I've had is leading my team, the various iterations of the team, through 3 restructures. One which was quite significant and quite significant for my team. So I don't know that I necessarily had known practical applications prior to that. So we just had to go with it and learn as we go and bring the team along with the journey and try to keep that morale up. It was during COVID, so it was, quite a dramatic time, but we got through it. What I would love to get, I think probably adopt new methods in embracing and adopting change for myself, but also how to apply that in my management style and with the team. Little known fact for me, I used to live in Italy. I attended kindergarten and was fluent at one point in time in Italian.
Do not ask an Italian question of Amanda right now, okay? Truth or lie? Yeah, we're going with true.
True.
True. So far, I haven't heard anyone tell a lie other than me. What does that say? Amanda, thank you so much. I've written down here how to adopt new methods. So, Amanda, one thing I will say is that what I don't have is a methodology of managing change, but I do have the principles of leading change. Is what we'll talk about today. So let's see what part of that really hits the mark. And I can see quite a number of people saying similar things. So this is really good. Amanda, thank you so much. Nicole.
I am Nicole Collins. I'm a change manager at AICD. So I think I've worked with, I've definitely worked with Ingrid, John, Amanda, and Kathy so far. So I'm mainly behind the scenes coaching people through the change and identifying activities and communications and things that need to happen to guide people through the change and coaching the sponsors. I'm really interested just to hear everybody else's response to activities and gain a better understanding about how change management can benefit their teams in AICD and gaining some skills that can then, help guide the organisation forward to be a more proactive change organisation. So I'm really interested in everybody's feedback from today's session. A No, unknown fact about me. I own a herd of cows in Zimbabwe.
You own a herd of cows in Zimbabwe.
Hmm.
Yeah, once again, a bit like Kathy else, I'm going to say you can't make that up. So I'm going to go with true. What does everyone else think? Come on, can't say true. It's a lie. It's a lie. I tell you what, if it is a lie, that was a beautifully made up lie. False, they're zebras.
I don't think it's legal to own zebras.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is a lie because I only own one cow in Zimbabwe.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, so not a herd, just a single cow.
So your half truth always works.
Yeah.
Nicole, thank you so much. But what you're really after is to kind of gauge and get an understanding of how this lands for everyone else and get their feedback.
Yeah.
Cool. Nicole, thank you very much. Ingrid.
Yes, hi. Ingrid Schnell, I'm just looking at the questions here. My role is I'm the head of strategy and architecture in the AICD. So I've been in the company almost a year. I think it will be a year in a couple of weeks. Experience leading change. So I've been leading transformations for quite a few years, some very large ones. So I was part of the Telstra transformation when they broke the company into two, and I ran the business architecture for them, which it's a transformation in itself, and in another telco called Vocus as well. So I got a fair bit of experience on there, but I've never done a formal course, if you like. So it's been more through mentoring and other means. What do I want to get out of this? To be honest, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what to expect, because as I said, I've never done anything formally. So I've worked with a lot of people and, you know, run some very large programs, but I like to probably give some structure to all of that, and maybe some methodologies if there are, or you know, fill in some gaps. And a little known fact about me. So my first job was actually in the Caribbean Sea. So I was supporting banks and multiple organizations and island hopping for about 9 months. So it was quite good.
First job, island hopping in the Caribbean seas. There you go. We all reckon it's the truth.
Was my second job, but yeah.
It's a second job, so it was a lie.
Yeah.
Another half truth. Ingrid, thank you so much. Well played. Well played. Mike, over to you.
Thanks, Parth. Michael Scribney, Head of Digital Product and Platforms. Experience of leading change with a lot of the work that my teams and I do. There's certainly significant change associated with it. So have had quite a bit of experience in making change, implementing it. Probably learned the hard way with a lot of it, which, you know, ties into that next question of what am I looking to get out of it. Be great to find out some more formal approaches to it, you know, whether there's frameworks we can consider and adopt, because there's always room to improve with change, to make it land more easily and to get buy-in to change. Little known fact, prior to me coming to Australia, I was in Japan for 2 years studying Japanese calligraphy.
Japanese calligraphy. I'm actually going to test you later on today, if that's the truth. So let's see how we go. What does everyone reckon? Truth or lie? It's a lie. You've got quite a, getting quite a few people saying, yeah, no. So yeah, no, by the way, is a very Australian way of saying, we think you're lying.
So it's a half truth. I did work for 2 years in Japan prior to coming to Australia, but it was teaching English. It had nothing to do with English. It had nothing to do with Japanese calligraphy. Although I did you know, fall in love with those who could do it. So yeah.
Yeah. It's quite a. I won't say it's an art. It takes a lot of practice. I'm going to say, if you're not used to Japanese kanji in particular, it takes a lot of practice to get it right. I spent 7 months in Japan, lived in Hiroshima, and it was one of the best experiences of my life. Mike, thank you.
Right.
Here, Mike,
I
you
was
mentioned-
thinking, oh, sorry, Parth, go on. That's right.
what did you
No,
say
No,
you wanted to get out of this again?
More formal, I'd say, just to identify more formal structure and framework around it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Joe.
Thank you, Parth. Firstly, an apology to everyone. When my screen opened, I could just see Parth, and when we were chit-chatting, I had no idea anyone else was here. So you can imagine my embarrassment when I realized there was a lot of accomplished and senior people here.
Yeah, I know. It's a good thing you didn't say anything bad about it.
I know.
In fact, if you had made some comments about John's disco dancing,
yeah, he was
and
right
you didn't
there.
know he was there.
I know. It came close. Anyway, so I'm Joe BT. I'm a member engagement partner. My experience of leading change is absolutely none. So I'm kind of looking around and wondering why I'm here. But look, I have been.
By the way, Joe, all of us are.
Yeah.
Why are we here?
yeah, true. But look, I suppose I've been at AICD for a decade. There's been consistent change of 4 CEOs here. There's been a lot of restructures, things like that. I've been in the midst and in the aftermath of a lot of change. I suppose just influencing people around me, my teammates and things like that through that change is my only experience. And what I'd love to get out of this, I suppose, just to pick up something interesting that I can carry forward into whatever change is next and imminent, that I can assist in any way. I've got a good little known fact. I met 2 Nobel Prize winners in my family's living room when I was a kid.
2 Nobel Prize winners in your family's living room when you're a kid. I'm going to say it's a lie. You had 1 or 3, but not 2.
No, that's fair. No, it was actually 2. But the half truth is that they had won the Nobel Prizes at that point. But it was just a weird coincidence. My dad went to school with Seamus Heaney, who got the Nobel Prize for Literature, and with John Hume, who got the Nobel Peace Prize in 1998. Wow. And they both came to his 50th birthday party when we were kids. So yeah.
Unbelievable. Wow. Hey, Joe and everyone else, how many of you are parents? Anyone have kids?
Not me.
No. Has anyone been a kid?
Still am.
Still am, yeah. Now, here's a little known fact. If you've either been a kid or you've got kids, you have been leading change. Because today, we're not going to be talking about specific frameworks for how do you lead change. There's the 8 steps. Now, I will show you, there's an 8-step process. John Cotter wrote a beautiful book about it. I will show you that. But today's about yourselves. Today is about leading yourselves through change, because your people walk in your shadow. Whoever you lead, your people walk in your shadow. So if you've landed where you have landed, you have led yourself already to where you are. So if you've done that, today will be about leading yourself through change. I remember, in fact, the key topic around that this workshop is framed around is, and I have a mantra, which is a 3-word mantra for how I develop myself and how I develop others. I'll tell you what that mantra is in a moment, but way back, before I joined Ford Motor Company, I studied mechanical engineering at Monash University. And I was at Monash University for, by the way, another little known fact, and this is a truth, by the way, is I actually hacked into the Monash University library system back in 1985. In 1985, I hacked into the Monash University library system. You know, an engineering degree is meant to take 4 years. Well, I took 6 years because I failed a couple of years, right? So I actually went in, hacked into the Monash University library system, and I put a book in there by Parth Bommacanty, How to Pass Engineering in 6 Easy Years. It was there for 2 weeks, and then the database got refreshed and it disappeared. But that's my background, by the way. I love hacking into things. I love kind of pulling things apart and understanding what really makes things tick. And that kind of love of pulling things apart to understand what makes things tick has actually led me to where I am now, which is I've studied human needs psychology, I've studied NLP, I've studied spiral dynamics, I've studied a number of kind of fields that link to the explanation for why human beings behave the way they behave, because it's always fascinated me. And so I'm a life coach, an executive coach, a hypnotherapist, all of those things. But I learned all of that for the sake of understanding people, but pulling things apart and putting things back together again. But when I was at Monash University, I was also the vice president and secretary sometimes and treasurer at one time of the Monash University Table Tennis Club. Table tennis was one of my favorite hobbies. And my role, by the way, as the vice president of the Monash University Table Tennis Club, I took it on as a role, was lunchtime at Monash University was 12:15 to 1:15. So on a Tuesday and a Thursday, I'd get there by 12 o'clock and I'd make sure that the 6 championship level courts that we had there were available for club members. So Tuesdays and Thursdays was club specific time. So from 12:15 to 1:30 was Monash University Table Tennis Club time. So I got there one particular day at 12 o'clock, and my usual routine is get there by 12. And this was a year when on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I didn't have any lectures between 11:15 and 12:15. So I'd get there by 12 and I would look at who was playing there, and I would make sure that they knew that by 12:15 they had to be out because club members were in. And so I got there, there was one couple playing that particular day. This is in 1983. So there's one couple playing on one of the far courts, and I went and I kind of politely interrupted them and I said, look, 12:15, Monash University Table Tennis Club. They said, no problem, we'd nearly finished our game, and they were finishing off, and this lady walks in at 12, just on 12. Lady walked in. I say lady, I was 19 and she was probably 21. So as far as a 19-year-old was concerned, 21-year-old was old. And so she walks in and just stood there, and she asked me a question. Is this the Monash University Table Tennis Club? I said, yes, it is, but we don't actually start till 12:15. And I noticed she had her racket I'm looking for my table tennis racket. Oh, it's in the drawer there. She had a racket in one hand, and she just stood there, and I said, would you like a hit? She said, yeah, sure. And I was a D grade player. So D grade meaning that's the kind of level that I used to play at. There was A, B, C, D, E, so I was D grade. And I had this killer serve that used to give some of the A graders a run for their money. So I said, do you want to hit? So we're hitting the ball back and forth. And I said, would you like a game? She said, yeah, sure. And I tossed the ball. Tossing the ball meaning you show the ball, you put your hands behind you, and she'll say right hand. I open the right hand, it is empty. The ball is in my left hand. I won the toss. I said, I'm going to serve. So I went into my crouch, did my usual killer serve, which was toss the ball up. And just as the ball goes below, almost below the table, I do a particular spin on the ball and it does a serve. Now, when I say some of the A graders had trouble hitting it back, if you were C grade, D grade player, and you tried to hit the ball back to me, if you were successful getting the ball across, the ball would just lob and I'd smash it. That was my killer serve. I'd serve, smash, serve, smash. That was my game. And so I did my killer serve and I thought, yep, got it. She just smashed it back. My killer serve got smashed back at me, backhanded back at me. Thinking, wow, I must have done it wrong. So I went in there, did my killer serve, but put in an extra twist to it. And she smashed that as well. I lost the first 5 points, 0-5. 0-5. And this was a 21-point game. And so we swapped serve, and it was 10-0, 0-15. She beat me 21-0. I could not get a single point off her, not 1 point. And of course, 19-year-old Path being 19-year-old Path, I said, do you want a best of 3? Because I thought, I'm catching on to her game now. So I had an infinite amount of improvement in the second game. Let me explain what I mean by an infinite amount of improvement in the second game. I got 1 point. I got 1 point off her. 1 compared to 0 is infinite, right? So I made an infinite amount of improvement. And 19-year-old Path being 19-year-old Path, I said, do you want best of 5? This is all in the space of, these are games that were finishing in 4 to 5 minutes. So before 12:15, I was into my third game. So it was probably about 12 past, sorry, got Andrea coming back in. It was about 12 past 12 by then, maybe 13 past. And I was into my third game for the best of 5. And I made an 800% improvement. I got 8 points off her. But what happened in that kind of period between starting the third game and 12:15 happening, Monash University Table Tennis Club members started walking in. And the president of the Monash University Table Tennis Club, his name was Robert Palmer, not the singer, different Robert Palmer. He was standing there on the sidelines and he was applauding. You know what he was applauding? Every point that I got, he was applauding. And so were the other club members. They knew me. I was getting applause for every point that I won off this lady. And by the way, I didn't say would you like a best of 7 because it was, run out of time. But if I hadn't run out of time, I would have said, come on, let's keep going. That was just me back then. And as soon as I finished the game, of course, it was 12:15 or just after 12:15 by then, Robert Palmer rushed into the court, said, Adele, not the singer, different Adele, Adele, he says. And I'm thinking, you know her somehow. I don't know how you know her. And he turned to me and he said, Path, you've been playing Adele Morrow. This is Adele Path. I hadn't even introduced my name. Adele, this is Path. Path, this is Adele Morrow. I said, oh, hi, I'm Path. Kind of like, I don't know who Adele Morrow was. And then he explained, Adele Morrow, don't you know Adele Morrow? I said, no, I don't. I'm so sorry. I don't know you. And he said, Adele Morrow, Australian ladies champion, 1982, represented us at the Commonwealth Games, won a bronze medal. This is who I was playing. I was playing Adele Morrow, Australian ladies champion, 1982, 1981, junior champion in 78, 79. That's who I was playing. I had no idea, but I played her and kept asking her to play one more game and one more game, one more game. And a couple of weeks later, she actually approached me and she said, I'd like to coach you. She offered, she said, I'd like to coach you. We got to know each other, and it was a funny kind of situation because I didn't know Adele Morrow. Some of the other club members knew who she was. That's why they were applauding when I was getting a point against her. And she approached me and she said, I'd like to coach you. And I thought, oh, cool, I'm going to be coached by Adele Morrow. But it wasn't until about 6 weeks into our coaching program, and the coaching program was every Tuesday and Thursday. I'd start at 12, and for 15 minutes, I'd get one-on-one coaching with Adele Morrow. So I got that for, I think, the period of 10 weeks. She did that for me. And I actually asked her one day, I said, what is it that led you to approach me to say, I want to coach you? Like, you're up there. You could charge me whatever you want kind of thing. When I say whatever you want, back in 1983, whatever you want might have been $10, right? $10 is a big dollar amount of money. $10 could fill up my car with petrol. I know I'm showing my age, but what do you think it was? What do you think it was that she said? She said, I said, why did you approach me and offer to coach me? And she said one thing, just one word. And it wasn't until many, many years later, I'm talking about about 10 years ago, I came across a book written by a lady with this one word. What do you think she said? Why do you think she wanted to coach me?
Persistence.
No, it wasn't persistence. Sort of, kind of. It takes this word to have persistence.
Motivation.
It takes this word to have motivation.
Resilience.
Passion.
Passion. And there's a lady by the name of Carol Dweck. Has anyone heard of Carol Dweck? D-W-E-C-K. What book did she write? Do a Google search, by the way. One word. I'm going to type it in. Mindset. Mindset is what she said. Yeah, she said mindset. And that was it. That was the reason why she decided to coach me, because of my mindset. I said I didn't even know what that meant. What do you mean by mindset? She said, oh, well. And she actually said all those other things. Your mindset was you didn't give up, but your mindset was one of you're going to learn from each game, which is why I made an infinite amount of improvement in my second game, which is why I made an 800% improvement in my third game, because of mindset. So what we're going to learn today are a couple of things. We're going to learn mindset. We're going to learn about the second of my 3-word mantra, which is motivation. And some of you said you want to understand about motivation. And the third thing, we may not learn about this today, but I'm going to focus today on mindset of the change leader and motivation of a change leader. And the third word, which I love to use, is this. If you've got the mindset, if you've got the motivation, you know how you can create the momentum. This is my 3-word mantra that I kind of preach, that I talk about in my leadership programs: mindset, motivation, and momentum. But if you've got the mindset right and you take care of the momentum, for whom? Who am I referring to when I say mindset? Who am I referring to when I say motivation? Who am I referring to when I say momentum? There'll be one little tool around momentum we'll learn today as well. Who am I referring to? Whose mindset? Whose motivation?
Well, the leader, but also those that you're leading.
I like where you started. Today, we're going to talk about our mindset as a change leader. Today, we're going to talk about how do we motivate ourselves, or how do we motivate others? But the mindset element starts with us. As I said, our people walk in our shadow. So it's important. You know what I mean by our people walk in our shadow, don't you? Our shadow is one of a straight, shoulders back, confident person. Our people walk in that. I'm not saying you'll be full of 100% confidence all the time. I'm just saying when we're leading, we need a level of confidence in what the change is that we're leading. When I say our people walk in our shadow, if our shadow is hunched, do you know how our people will feel? So that mindset, motivation, momentum is my 3-word mantra. Today, we're going to talk a lot about the mindset and motivation. I have a bunch of slides. And as we go through the slides, team, is it okay that if I go for another about 15 minutes before we have a break? Is that okay? Is everyone okay with that? Yep. And then we'll do a 5-minute break, or whatever we choose to do. So the slides that I've got, let's have a look. I'm going to flip between the slides and my iPad notes because I love to kind of talk through and ask you questions around the concepts that are coming up. So the aim of this workshop is to understand the importance of change, learn the mindset of a change leader, grasp how to overcome resistance to change. I think, Kathy, you were the one that mentioned around resistance to change. So the one tool, the one methodology, one framework you will learn is around overcoming resistance to change and to transform our thinking to that of change leaders. So today is about you. Today is not about how you're going to lead others. It's about you. But there will be mixtures there will be concepts mixed in there around how to lead others. Now, I've already asked you to share what experience you've had in leading change, and what you'd love to do. Rather than breaking up into breakout rooms, I thought I'd just ask you that right up front. But I say reflect on recent change, and I want us to talk about kind of what went wrong, what went really well, what didn't go so well. I wouldn't mind giving you a 5-minute time slot in a breakout room by yourselves to talk about this. Reflect on recent change, what went well, what didn't go well, and if you've reflected on that. So I'm going to create a couple of breakout rooms, and in those breakout rooms, I'd like you to just ponder those questions. So 2 breakout rooms assigned manually. Sorry, I haven't created the breakout rooms already, but just if I put every second person, I think there'll be 4 of you in one and 3 of you in another. So so Amy, John, Kathy, you'll be in one room, and Amanda, Ingrid, Mike, and Nicole, you'll be in another room, another little breakout room. So I'm going to simply create a breakout room for 5 minutes. And at the end of 5 minutes, you'll have 30 seconds to exit the breakout room. So all I want you to do is consider this. Think of a recent major change that could be in your organization, could be in your life. It doesn't matter. What went well, what didn't go so well. I want you to talk about that, and we'll come out of the breakout room and we will, I would love to hear from you. Is it okay, everyone? Any questions? Cool. Your breakout rooms will be open in, yep, I think I've set up the rooms correctly. Your breakout rooms will be open in 3, 2, 1, enjoy. Hello and welcome back. A good bit of conversation. Yep. I'll throw to one room at a time. Room 1, Amanda, Ingrid, Mike, and Nicole. Tell me about a change that you talked about and what went well, what didn't go well.
Do you want to go first, Mike?
Sure. I'll take a brief. We didn't get to what went well.
That's true.
Fun.
2 stories of harrowing experiences. So I'll give the sort of short version of it, but
Yep.
basically I was involved in change with 2 organizations merging together, and some decisions were made at the steering committee level around some systems that were basically being merged, and would create a worse user experience for the end users as a result of some of the decisions that were made at the steerco level. And as a part of the change activity prior to launching it, advice was given to dumb down, sort of focus on the positive and maybe not gloss over the things that, weren't so good. And when it went live, there was a lot of noise. And some of those decisions that the steerco made, the steerco sort of forgot they made those decisions and conveniently said, well, why is this happening? So I guess a key lesson there was, be comfortable pulling off the Band-Aid before something goes into its production environment or use by the end users, and try to deal with that feedback as early as possible. So that was one learning from that.
Cool. No, but you didn't get to talk about what went well.
No, we didn't. Amanda told another harrowing story. I don't know if...
Go ahead, Amanda.
Yes, I was referring to the probably one of the larger restructures we went through as an organization just shortly after COVID, where we dismantled the state branch teams. And I think the intent and purpose made sense, but because there was a lot of organizational knowledge that left as a result, not everybody understood the operating rhythms of each of the state teams. So for those who were trying to centralize and streamline, you were uncovering a lot of stuff as you went along, and it created quite a few challenges, from my team, but for other teams as you were trying to bring it back together and understand what was happening in each of those states and manage the communication to staff, manage the communication to members, council. It was a challenging period. So I think what went well was trying to, I can only speak for my team, what went well was keeping the motivation up and working with them around the intent and what we had ahead of us and the opportunities that laid ahead of us. But yeah, what didn't work well is probably the underestimation of what really it was entailing, or what was entailed with that change, and what we needed to pull together to get it back in line.
So what I've got written down.
Kathy's laughing, so she.
Well, actually, your one leads into what we then discussed as a contrast. So yeah, it was.
So I'll just recap what I've written down, right? So I think, Mike, you mentioned about the merger, and you're talking about be aware of and be comfortable with pulling the Band-Aid off early, meaning give it a go, give it a try, test what could go wrong and be prepared for it, roughly speaking, is what I wrote down. And Amanda, from what you said, the amount of change was a little bit unforeseen, but keeping motivation up and making sure we're focused on what the benefits are of the change potentially is what went well. Cool. Go ahead, Kathy and team 2.
Yeah,
John, Kathy.
So Amy was probably more listening to John and I talk, so apologies, Amy, but John and I have just been working with Nicole on the change, from the state manager position and board advance. And I think for us, the thing that probably stood out that went really well was there was a lot more having change involved and having internal comms involved really helped. You know, when I reflect back on the 2020 change that Amanda's talking about, that was designed from the top and it was then launched. Whereas this one here, there was a lot more bringing people on the journey. And I think even in 2019, there was a lot more bringing people on the journey on the way through, understanding what it was they actually did. And I think that that's had a really positive impact on how that's rolled out, because the people had buy-in from the beginning that were being impacted. So yeah, and just that ongoing work that's going on to embed that ongoing, it hasn't stopped. Like we're continuing working group meetings as an example. So I think that's gone really well. The thing that we're probably like perhaps isn't as well in that process is the actual general manager has yet to be appointed. And as a result of that, there's a little bit of angst around what that might mean, you know, that 100-day come back in kind of thing. So that was probably the one thing that really stood out to us. But overall, we very much appreciated Nicole and Rupa's involvement in this one. I think it made a really big difference. So.
Excellent. Why do you think I got you to focus on a recent change and what didn't go well and what did go well? For what purpose?
Because we're still living it.
So I want us to kind of chunk up to, you know, we talked about the specifics of a change. For what purpose do you think I got you to chunk up? Or rather, if we were to chunk up from that experience, you know what I mean by chunk up? Like look from above. Why do you think I got you to do that? Have a go.
Context.
Context.
Well, in terms of any concepts or anything that comes out of this conversation, to be able to put it into the context that, you know, is closer to us.
That's it, really. So I want you to keep those changes in mind as we go through the content, to see how well the content could have suited that context. That's it. Let's take a break. We'll do, what time is it? Is it okay if we do like a 9-minute break? Is it okay? And then we'll come back and we'll jump straight into the content and do a couple more exercises. I'm going to share screen, put a timer up for about 9 minutes, and I'll see you soon after. Hope you had a chance to wander around, get some steps.
The washing's on the line.
Yes, the bins are in. Managed to do a couple of things. We've just moved to Brisbane about 2.5 months ago, so it hasn't been that long since we moved to Brisbane. No, yeah, 2.5 months ago. That's right. And yeah, we've lived 46 years of our lives in. I say 46. That's because it's how long I've been in the country. In Melbourne, and so we moved to Brisbane. Quite a change. Quite a change. I'm liking it, but yeah, definitely a change. Team, welcome back. So I was here, and the actual content is what we're about to start on, and the content of the day is built around 2 axioms. But look, first thing I want to show you is the fact that leading change, and if you're looking for frameworks for leading change, I found John Cotter's framework for leading change is a very impressive and intuitive one to a large extent. Today, we won't be going through the details of it, but I want to show you what's entailed in the 8 steps to leading change. This is John Cotter, 8-step process for leading change, and it is a process. You create a sense of urgency, form a powerful coalition, etc. But it's split into three chunks: creating the climate for change, engaging and enabling the organization, implementing and sustaining the change. So there's a logical kind of progression of it. And in the slide deck, which once again, you'll get a PDF of the slide deck, is a bit of a description for what does create urgency mean. Craft and use a significant opportunity as a means for exciting people to sign up to change their organizations. That's a brief definition. I've taken these words, by the way, straight out of that website, which is cotterinternational.com. Principles, change steps. So the language is straight out of the book. If you get an opportunity to get the book, please do so. There's some useful templates in there as well. Form a guiding coalition, create the vision. So that's the first 3 steps. Communicate the vision, enable action, create quick wins, build on the change and sustain the change. Now, the steps that I'll be going through are both slightly different and at the same time kind of the same. What do I mean by that? Because what you didn't see in these 8 steps, and there's nothing wrong with these 8 steps, if you look at the detail in the book around these 8 steps, it does lead to what I'll be leading us through today. But there's a couple of times when the word people appears, if you like, in this list of the 8 steps. What it doesn't quite do is, what the words that I've shown you don't quite do is do justice to what John Cotter really wrote about. And the people side of change is what we're going to focus on today. Then when I say the people side of change, it's for us and for our people. It's based on 2 axioms. What's an axiom? Oh, sorry, Mike, you have a hand up. You just popped up to the top. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Parth, I was just going to ask, are any of these going to be available?
Yes, the entire slide deck and my scribbles that I'm about to do on my iPad will both be available.
All right, thank you.
Just also, if I can jump in there, Parth, I've just, everybody in the chat, put the link to Cotter's website, which has that methodology, the 8 steps of change. So if you wanted to know more about it, you can always refer to that website as well.
Thank you, Nicole. As I said right at the outset, I don't plan to completely change your change management methodology. This is focused on 2 axioms and 2 axioms only. That is a really good website, by the way, the cotterinc.com. I think it used to be called Cotter International, but it's now cotterinc.com. Thank you. What's an axiom? What is an axiom? Please feel free to jump onto Google and do the definition of axiom. What's an axiom? Because all of today's session is based on 2 axioms. If anyone's found that on Google, read it out. What's an axiom?
It's a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
There you go. That is the dictionary definition of the word axiom. So today's workshop is built on 2 axioms. The first of these is that organizations don't change, individuals do. An organization is a collection of individuals. Organizations don't change, individuals do, or they don't. And when the mindset and the tools and the techniques and the knowledge and capability of individuals changes, that's when the culture of the organization could change. So people don't change unless they want to, is a given. And the second axiom is that the team is a reflection of the leader. You remember what I said earlier on about our people walk in our shadow. The team is a reflection of the leader. Now, I say these are 2 axioms. If you did a Google search on either of those 2 axioms, you'll get a lot of useful information, including academic studies and studies in human needs psychology that talks about this. So don't expect people to change things about themselves that you can't change about yourself. Now I'll go to my my iPad and draw some images for us to look at. Where's my iPad? There it is. I just want to draw this out for us before I show you the next slide, which is the core of this workshop is built around a concept called the neurological levels of change. Neurological levels of change. This will flip in a moment to a different view. Just bear with me. I'm just going to write down the words neurological. The reason it's called the neurological levels of change, and this was proposed by a gentleman by the name of Robert Dilts. So the way Robert Dilts talked about change and how people are affected and how people are engaged in change, he called it the neurological levels of change. I'm going to delete the word neurological, and I'm going to call this the logical levels of change. And there's a reason why I'm calling this the logical levels of change. So when we see change, when we notice change, when we measure change, typically all change can be measured in the external environment. My hand was here, my hand's moved to here, there you go, you can measure that. Or our current state was here, we made some organizational shift, we moved to that. I think, Kathy, you were talking about how many pages down to how many pages. There's a measure. 900 pages down to 100 pages. And all of you, when you talked about your experience in change, that change that you talked about, or your experience, there is a measurable impact of that change. I'm going to call that a reflection in the environment. And when I say the environment, I don't mean sustainability, etc. I'm just talking about our physical environment around us. But in order for the physical environment around us, after we've created change, to be sustained, for changes in the environment to be sustained, what else do you think needs to change in people for that to be sustained? Word starting with B.
Behavior.
So we also need to take care of behaviors in the environment so that, in other words, let's say, I don't know, I'm just going to say, I'm going to create a change that says I'll always hold my pen, my Apple Pencil that I'm using, in a whole hand, not just with 1 finger or 2 fingers, because 1 finger or 2 fingers means that it could roll around. Therefore, I'm going to hold it in my hand to keep it stable. But then unless I keep doing that, that change won't be sustained. I'm just giving you a very simplistic example there. In order for those behaviors to change, and I'm going to draw a line here, and there's a reason I'm drawing the line, I'll explain in a moment. When I say I'm drawing the line, there are 3 levels below the line as well. So in order for behaviors to change, in other words, if we want our people to change their behaviors, what do we need to take care of? Just think of the simplest answer. What do we need to do? What do we need to take care of?
I was going to say processes and systems, but then I also thought training.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not sure.
It's the same thing. In fact, if we're going to change a process or system, we need to train people about it. And I'm going to write 2 words here. Now, someone else said something else, and I missed that. Mike, was it yourself, or I thought I heard a male voice say something? Was it John? I can't remember. Anyway, I'll keep going. I'm going to say we need to take care of our people's knowledge and capability. What's the difference between knowledge and capability? Oh, Nicole, you're saying something, but I can't quite hear you.
Oh, sorry. I said you need to gain the knowledge and understand it before you can achieve the capability.
You see the words that Nicole just used: gain, achieve. There are two separate things. So what do you think is the difference between knowledge and capability? What's the meaning? What's the difference in the meaning behind them? Knowledge,
putting it into practice, the key differentiator with capability.
Yeah, correct. Capability is about not only knowing something, but putting it into practice. Now, most organizations take care of these top levels, these three levels, beautifully. In other words, they know what change they want to see in the environment. They know that if it has to be that way, then what we need to do is this, how we need to be is this. And if we need to be different and we need to do different, then what we need to do is make sure our people understand that. So we train them, we gauge their capability, and we ensure that their capability increases so that behaviors can be sustained. Not enough organizations, in my experience in leadership and management training and coaching and engaging, take care of the levels below it. The levels below it, there is a word that I used earlier on, which is mindset, but there's another word that starts with C that I'll just put a C word there, and we'll talk about what the word is. It's a 7-letter C word. We'll talk about what that is, but I want to explain to you what the levels are that are below it. In order for an organization to even know that they need to provide a certain level of knowledge and take care of their capability, the organization has to believe in that. The organization needs to value training, value capability development. So I'm going to write the word values, not value, but values and beliefs. So if we can take care of the values and beliefs amongst us as leaders of change, if our values are aligned to giving our people the capability, or rather giving our people the knowledge and encouraging their capability, then behaviors are more likely to be sustained, which means change in the environment is more likely to be sustained. What's the definition of values? What do you mean by values?
It's what we believe in and sort of how we, what's important to us.
What's important?
Yeah.
It's what's important to us. Those are values. What's important to us. Tell me about the values of AICD. What are they? I know there are some values. What are they? Kathy, don't say anything. Go ahead, Mike.
Collaboration.
Collaboration, yep.
I'll stop there. I'll let others say the other ones.
Keep going.
Okay, accountability.
Accountability.
Excellence.
Excellence.
And
respect.
And respect.
And respect. Notice those are all nominalizations. What's a nominalization? A nominalization is a noun that you can't put in a wheelbarrow, meaning it's a descriptor of something that's intangible. By the time you get to values, there is a level of intangibility about it. I'm not saying it can't be measured. It can be measured. In other words, the amount of effort that we're putting in, or how much those values are being displayed, can be measured. Now, if you don't have a current measure, talk to me outside of this forum and I'll explain to you how they can be measured. But notice all of those are nominalizations. They're kind of nouns that you can't put in a wheelbarrow. They are descriptors of states of being as opposed to what you do. What's a belief?
Belief may be described as something that you hold to be true.
That's it. A belief is something that you hold to be true. In fact, one of my mentors defined a belief like this. He said, a belief is a convenient assumption of reality that you choose to subscribe to. You like that? A convenient assumption of reality that you choose to subscribe to. You hold that to be true. Based on what? Based on your past reference points, based on what you've been taught, based on what you've lived, based on what you've experienced. That is what you hold to be true. A belief, values, beliefs. Now, I'm going to do a little exercise with you. There is a level below values and beliefs. I've just stopped sharing the screen because I kind of want to see your reaction when I say this, right? The level that sits below values and beliefs, rather than telling you what the level is, I want to do a little exercise with you. I'm going to give you a vocation. You know what a vocation is, right? It's a way of earning money. I'm going to give you a vocation. And get ready for this. Could I ask everyone to unmute your audio, please? And I want to hear you. When I say this particular vocation, I want you to call out the first thing that comes to your mind. Are you ready? I'm going to give you a vocation. You call out the first thing that comes to your mind. Used car salesperson. Go.
Oh God.
Dodgy.
Persuasive.
So Amanda, what was that? What was it?
Persuasive.
Yeah. So I love your reaction there, Nicole. Oh God. Used car salesperson. What you've just reflected on is the perceived values of an identity. All I did was give you an identity. The identity I gave you was a vocation, used car salesperson. And you reflected, to back at me, you reflected the values that you perceive in that identity. Are they right? Are they wrong? I don't know. It depends on what you've experienced. Those are values that you've experienced around used car salesperson. That's you just come from you. Now, I've actually experienced a used car salesperson who is actually the brother of my brother-in-law, who sold us a car. We wanted this car, and he actually said, no, I don't think that'll be right for you. And he was very, very caring. None of you said caring, but he was. So once again, all I did was give you an identity. Anything that comes after the words I am or we are is an identity. So let's have a go. I'm a master black belt. There you go. That's an identity. I'm going to throw to one of you at random and give me, fill in the blanks. I am, fill in the blanks. Amy, go ahead. I am
A hockey player.
a hockey player. There's an identity. Nicole, say something after I am.
A very patient mother.
There you go. That's a beautiful identity you just given us, right? Including the values that you hold to be important with that identity. Mike, go ahead. I am
a very impatient father.
But you give me the identity of father, and you've also given me the. I'm not saying that's a value you're holding to be important, but you know, you give me a descriptor around that identity. John, go ahead. I am.
I am a sports enthusiast.
There you go. I'm a father. I'm a mother. I'm a sports enthusiast. I am fill in the blanks. I'm a hockey player. I said I'm a master black belt. It's simply a qualification that I have. Yeah, I'm an engineer. There you go. They're all identities. Anything that comes after the words we are is also an identity statement. Go ahead. Fill in the blanks. We are. Amanda, fill in the blanks. We are. Oh, didn't quite hear you there. Oh, still can't hear you. That's better. Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me now?
Yes.
All right. One team.
We are one team. Beautifully said. That's an identity statement. Kathy, go ahead. Fill in the blanks. We are.
We are professionals.
We are professionals. That's an identity statement. And you're actually just giving us a descriptor for all of us that are on this particular workshop. Yes, we are. We are one team. We are professionals. So the word that I want to write down that sits below, underneath, underpins values and beliefs is identity. And the level right below that is called purpose. Purpose, the why. Why do we? Why are we? You notice what I'm saying there, right? Why do we? Why are we? Is actually trying to explain the identity, which explains the values and beliefs, which explains if our values and beliefs are aligned to growth, then we will provide the knowledge and capability, which could have an impact on behaviors, which means that environment is more likely to be sustained. Team, have any of you come across a technique of root cause analysis? I'm just asking a parallel question here. A technique of root cause analysis called 5 Why. I've just typed that in the chat. Have any of you come across a technique of root cause analysis called 5 Why? Mike, I could see you on the screen and you're nodding. Would you mind telling us what is 5 Why as a root cause analysis technique? Just your understanding of it.
I think the descriptor is you know, really describes what it is. It's you don't accept the first answer about why the cause of something, right? And the more times you raise the question, the theory is you get to the root cause.
Yep. So if, for example, if I jump into my car and my car doesn't start, you don't accept that as a cause. You accept that as a symptom. Why didn't my car start? Because I ran out of fuel. Why did I run out of fuel? Because I forgot to fill it up. Now, there is also a different axiom that I use for training, doing any of my continuous improvement training, and that is human error is never the root cause. That's an interesting axiom that I teach, which is human error is never the root cause. I don't know if any of you are coming to my yellow belt sessions or my green belt sessions that I'm running for AICD, but I actually start on day one talking about human error is never the root cause, meaning I forgot is not a root cause. Why did I forget? The why question again, right? Why did I forget? I forgot because the fuel gauge was broken. I didn't know I was running close to empty. There you go. Now you see there's something else. Why did the fuel gauge break? May or may not be the best question. Why didn't I get it fixed? In fact, I'm actually describing a scenario that happened when I was 18 or 19 years of age. I jumped into my first car and car didn't start. And it's only later on that I did a 5Y and I came across the root cause. The reason I forgot, or reason I forgot to get it fixed, was this. The reason I didn't get it fixed was because I didn't have a system of writing things down when they broke down. Now, therein is a root cause. And if I keep asking why beyond that, it gets a bit too much. In other words, it gets into an area that you can't really fix. But I didn't have a system of writing things down when they broke down is a root cause. So that's a 5Y technique. It's a technique of asking the question why until you get to a cause that is not a blame. In other words, we're not going hard on the people. We're going soft on the people. We'll go hard on the process or the system. That is 5Y. That is the ethos of 5Y in continuous improvement. The reason I like calling this the logical levels of change, this model, this way of thinking about change, is this. Why is it that sometimes changes in the environment are not sustained? Because we're not sustaining the right behaviors. Why are behaviors not sustained? Because we're not taking care of the knowledge and capability that our people need in order for the right behaviors. Why is that? Because our values and beliefs are not aligned to provide that knowledge and capability, to provide the right knowledge and capability. Why is that? Because we're not clear on who we are. Notice that, who we are, identity. And potentially, because we may or may not know why we're here. What is our purpose? What's a purpose? It's the reason for being. Now, here's the good news. The organizations that do engage us as Vative to come and talk about particularly topics like leading change, I know that this stuff here below the line is there, is aligned. I know that, otherwise I would not be here. Now, when I say I know it's there, is it evident every step of the way in every facet of the business? I don't know, but I do know it's there, because if it wasn't there, you wouldn't get me here to talk about leading change at a knowledge and capability level. Kathy, am I right or am I right? As in, unless our values and beliefs and our identity and who we are, we're professionals. And as professionals, we are AICD. What's our purpose as AICD? I don't know if I'm just asking a random question here, but does anyone know what our purpose is? Do we have a purpose statement?
Strengthen society through world-class governance.
Oh, what a beautiful purpose. Where did you get that from, Mike?
I inherited it when I started at AICD.
Well,
somebody else made it up.
I'm hoping it wasn't made up. I'm hoping that's actually a stated purpose of AICD. There you go.
Those who've been here longer might know how long it's existed.
That's okay. But notice that is a purpose statement, which actually says that unless we are professional and accountable and a team, and we work that way, and we believe in respect, unless we work that way, you wouldn't even be here. The word, you know, that circle that I drew around those three words at the bottom, word starting with C, what do you think it might be? 7-letter word.
Culture.
So when we say culture, if we were to break down culture, more than likely you'll find that culture can be broken down into values and beliefs, identity and purpose. When that is aligned, you will know that the culture of the organization can shift in the right way. This workshop is about focusing on each of these levels and delving into these levels and knowing what to do at each of these levels, or at least knowing how to be at each of these levels. So let's have a look at where I was and where we're going. You notice those are the things that are written down. Robert Dilts called this the neurological levels of change. And by the way, if you did a Google search for Robert Dilts, you'll find articles for and against what he came up with, but I found that this actually works. And that's just from my experience and the studies that I've done. Purpose, identity and culture, values and beliefs, capability, knowledge, behavior, and environment. So what we're going to do, and one of the things that I didn't do, by the way, was I didn't draw this triangle appropriately. You know how I said most organizations take care of the stuff above the line, and they know they need to take care of the stuff above the line. And not enough organizations take care of the stuff below the line. If I was to draw an iceberg as a triangle, how much of the iceberg, meaning for sustainable change, how much of the iceberg belongs above the line? How much of the iceberg belongs below the line? What do you think? You know what I mean by an iceberg?
Parth, when you say belong, what do you mean by that?
In other words, how much of purely changing the environment and behaviors and knowledge and capability will have an impact on sustainable long-term change, and how much will taking care of values, beliefs, identity, and purpose have on long-term sustainable change? What do you reckon? How much of the iceberg is above that line? How much of the iceberg is below the line? How much of the triangle?
I would say that values and beliefs and identity, that's the bigger piece. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And you're right. If I was to draw this like an iceberg, just taking care of environment, behaviors, knowledge, and capability will have that much of an impact. Taking care of values and beliefs, identity and purpose, the stuff below the line, has a significantly greater impact. So we're heading towards values, beliefs, identity, purpose. By the way, I've got a very, 10% above. Sorry, I missed that, John. You did type it in, 10% above. That's the iceberg concept, right? I have a very interesting question. How long do you think it takes to change beliefs? What do you reckon? Oops. Give me an answer. Are beliefs easy to change? Yes or no?
No.
Sorry, all right. So give me a length of time that it takes to change beliefs. Have a guess. Let's type something in. And I'm going to type in my answer, and I'll press enter after you've typed something in. Go ahead, everyone. Type something in. How long does it take to change beliefs? 18 months. Cool. Yep. A year. Yep. I am seeing your answers. I'm liking your answers. And the reason I'm liking your answers is because that's actually an interesting belief that I'm seeing. I'm going to give you my answer. You ready? That's an interesting belief, isn't it? Today, we're going to prove it. We're going to prove it with something in this group for ourselves. So when Robert Dilts talked about this, he kind of talked about it from the perspective of creating the environment and, which way? Yep. Create the environment, manage your behavior. So the way we're going to talk about it, to lead the people side of change, we'll create the environment, manage your behavior, know what can happen, adopt a leader's beliefs, manage yourself, manage your state. We'll talk about the purpose of change. And finally, we'll talk about how that can help us to be the change. Now, you know the way the triangle looks, I prefer to kind of look at it like this. And I've just talked about that, right? The majority of successful and sustainable change comes from the stuff below the line. Tell me something. What does good change management look like? What will you notice when you manage change well? Just type something into chat, and then I've got some words that'll appear as well, or unmute and talk to me. What does good change management look like? What will you notice when you have managed change well? What do you reckon? It becomes, yes, it becomes the norm. I don't like the word BAU, by the way. I'll explain later on, maybe. Acceptance and understanding. Yes, very much so. Anything else? Unmute, talk to me is probably quicker than typing. Adopted. The change is adopted. Yes. Absolutely.
Perhaps also that the team or whoever is going through the change is open and comfortable that it might happen again and that we can continuously evolve and change.
Very much so. Yep. There's that acceptance piece as well. John, what were you going to say? Or Mike? I'm not sure who was talking there. I heard a male voice.
It might be my husband in the background on the phone.
Oh,
I don't know.
Adaptability. Cool. Look, I've got a bunch of words here, right? So what you will notice is that there's a clear vision. You'll have the appropriate team. The teams will be engaged. Motivation will exist. Here's the other thing. Conflict is more likely to be resolved openly and cleanly. I like the word cleanly. Cleanly meaning towards consensus as opposed to compromise. Empathy. And now I've got an and down the bottom right-hand corner there saying that understanding, acceptance, adaptability, attitudes, as well as in the environment where change has been managed well, the targets, in other words, the purpose of the change will be achieved more consistently. So let's talk about creating the environment. When talking about creating the environment, I want to talk about qualitatively, how do we create the environment, and quantitatively, how do we create the environment? I'll deal with the easy stuff, right? Quantitative meaning create the metrics, create the measures, create the thing that you will measure to know that change has happened. That is important to do, and it's important to communicate. That's the quantitative side of things. That's almost the easy side of things. But let's talk about the qualitative side of change. Qualitatively, how do we introduce change is a valid question. How do we introduce change? And I'm going to do a little exercise with you. The exercise I'm going to do is give you, let's imagine that we are on a drive for continuous improvement. I'll draw 3 circles, and the 3 circles have 3 words in the middle. The center is the me. What's in the middle circle is others. And the final circle is the greater good. So imagine that the initiative we're on is a drive to roll out continuous improvement in the organization. Okay? Here's what I want you to do. Just lock this in your minds. Me, others, the greater good. The center is the me, others, and then the greater good. Typical communication works like this. I'm saying typical. I don't know what typically happens at AICD, but this is what I've noticed. Typical corporate communication working like this. When I give you this piece of comms, this little sentence, I want you to highlight for yourselves, which 2 circles am I touching on? Which 2 circles did you hear me touch on? Okay, are you ready? Here's typical corporate comms. I'm saying typical, I'm stereotyping it, but that's okay. Let's go with it. We want you to come on board the continuous improvement drive because that'll improve efficiency. It'll mean that we're achieving our targets better and more sustainably, and that'll actually mean that we're here for the long term. Which 2 circles did I touch on?
Others and greater good.
I touched on others. I've touched on the greater good. I talked about efficiency. How often do you talk about yourself and efficiency as a KPI for yourself? I'm not sure that actually hits the mark. I touched on others. I touched about the greater good. What's this? If I was to write an acronym, W-I-I-F, what's the final letter in this acronym? Any suggestions? Those that have seen this acronym before? W-I-I, what's in it? What's the final letter? M, I heard someone say. Yep, what's in it for me is the way to think about it. When you're leading change, you need to flip that. The letter I'm going to write down there is a T. What's in it for them? Our language needs to be focused on what's in it for them. What's in it for the person engaged in the change? Now, I have an interesting question to follow after the example that I give you, which the interesting question will be, can we always find what's in it for them? Good question. And then I'm going to ask you, what does it mean if we can't find what's in it for them? So I'll give you the same pitch, the same message, but I'm going to pitch it differently. In other words, I'm going to ask you to come on board this drive for continuous improvement. And let's see how we go. Tell me which 2 circles I touch on. I'm going to keep it very simple. We want you to come on board the continuous improvement drive because you get to make this a better place to work. Which two circles did I touch on? You get to make this a better place to work.
Me
better-
and the greater good.
I'm actually going to say I only touched on me and others. A better place to work. I didn't talk about longevity. I didn't talk about profits. I didn't talk about sustainability in the long term. I didn't talk about getting greater membership. I didn't talk about us being here for the long term. I just said, you get to make this a better place to work. It's me and others. Tell me which of those two statements was more engaging about talking about efficiency and KPIs and long term, or what's in it for you? The second one, Amanda, I'm reading your lips there because once again, your voice didn't come through, but the second one appeals to the person. So I got asked an interesting question in the previous session that I ran on, I'm sorry, I'm missing comments in the chat. I need to bring my chat window closer to the screen somehow. I'll put it down here somewhere. Is there like a gray box appearing? Yeah, that's interesting. Amanda, when you first said it, we couldn't hear you, but second time you said it, I could hear you. Is there a gray box in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen? Because I've got my chat window in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen. Are you seeing a full, sorry. If I share screen, let me share screen. If I share screen, are you seeing a little gray box in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen? No, good. So notice this. The second time I gave you that messaging, that communication, I talked about what's in it for you. I actually appealed to your sense of significance, why you matter in this change, because you get to make this a better place to work. A question for you. Will there always be something in it for you? I'm seeing nods and I'm seeing maybe yes or maybe no. Go ahead, Andy. What makes you say yes? For the person. Will there always be something in it for the person? Will there always be something for them, in it for them?
I think it depends how that person sees the benefit, right? Because maybe there's nothing in it directly for them, but for the greater good, but they get benefited as well.
Yeah. So what does it mean that we need to do as change leaders?
Make sure we're telling them that story.
Make sure we're connecting with that story about how it does benefit them. Now, if there is nothing in it for them, and I think, can't remember who talked about continuing change. Was it yourself, Mike, or John? I'm not sure. One of you talked about continuing change. How do we deal with continuing change? It might have been Joe who had to log off before. But how do we deal with continuing change? I will tell you this: if we don't, as leaders, connect with what's in it for them, it is highly likely that as we roll out the next change and the next change, the next change fatigue can creep in. So it is imperative that we focus on what's in it for them. So let me show you those next two slides. How do we introduce the change? Firstly, involve everyone that matters, but tell them what's in it for them. And qualitatively, how will that feel? A better place to work, by the way, is appealing to how it could feel. Now, if you see that picture on the bottom left-hand corner there, the why, how, and what, watch Simon Sinek's video on the golden circles, and you'll understand why it's important to start with a why. Golden circles, Simon Sinek. Could I ask someone to type that into chat, please, while I keep going? Golden circles, Simon Sinek. Has anyone watched that video? Golden circles, Ingrid's nodding. Yep, you know the one I mean, right? Golden circles, Simon Sinek. Watch that. Nicole, what were you going to say?
I'll find it and post it in the chat.
Wonderful. It's from 2010. And make sure that you're focused on the me before the local, before the big picture. How do we measure change? Now, as I've already said that this is kind of the easier concept to connect with, which is, what will success look like? You need to paint the picture of what success will look like. What are the indicators for success? Team, I'm going to stop sharing screen because I want to show you how one particular, see this business about what success will look like. There's one particular business that I've worked with, and I'll tell you which business this is in a moment, that actually did this. In order to create change, in order to create improvement, the way they worked was, I'm just going to look for a particular thing in the background here so I can call up a picture. So this picture that's about to pop up, here it is. When I say, what does success look like? This is University of Melbourne. University of Melbourne in the service improvement team. In the service improvement team, any change, any service that they chose to improve, any change, I'll zoom into the top just to show you what this picture looks like. Their little mantra was, you know, this is about the time that one particular president of the United States got elected. So they actually thought they'd have a bit of a play on that, saying, make results great again, was their little catch cry for the vision for this particular change, for this particular faculty. They drew a picture of before. What impression does a picture of before give you? Thank you, Nicole, for posting that YouTube video. What does this picture feel like on the top left-hand side?
Siloed.
Unhappy, bored, chaotic.
Yep.
Workload.
And potentially
Is that what
anxious
you wanted?
because some of the workload we're actually losing because it's dropping off the table. And tiring. So the way they worked as a service improvement team, the first engagement with whoever came up with, we need this improved, was they would actually have a 3-person team. The first person that would engage is a visual artist. And what the visual artist would do is sit down with them and say, tell me about your current state. Why do you want to change the current state? Tell me about what's going on. And as they're talking, this particular visual artist would come up with the picture and then show them the picture and say, is this what you mean? They'd say, yes. How would you like it to be? How would you love it to be? There's the after state. You notice the silos have disappeared. Results process combined into one was what they wanted. And there is sufficient time for someone to go and get the coffees and the cakes as well. Meaning there's sufficient time for us to take care of the people. And then there's this green line that will do the work, and then we'll pass it on to the robot. In other words, they wanted automation to creep in as well. But not before they made the process better. So the 3-person team that would work from the service improvement team at University of Melbourne is the visual artist to talk about current state, desired future state, the service improvement specialist, who would be a Lean Six Sigma consultant or a human-centered design consultant who would work with this team. And finally, the robotic process automation specialist. They wouldn't jump to automation as a final solution. Start off with connect with the current state, connect with the desired future state, then talk about what are we going to do, and then implement automation. I cannot tell you how many times I've come across organizations that jump in with, we need to improve this process, let's automate it. I don't know if you've heard that before, but that's a typical thing that I hear. We need to improve this process, let's look for the automation. Andy Grove, the founder of Intel, said this, the only thing the microprocessor has ever done is make things go faster. So if we have a crap process and we automate it, we'll get faster crap. That's all that happens when you automate a process that's crap. Crap is a very technical word. So team, let's continue with what I mean by, that's what I mean by create the environment for change and set up the measures and know how we will measure change. What will progress look like? How will you display the progress? And where will you communicate the progress? The second thing we need to be mindful of is managing our behavior as leaders of change. So we need to create the environment, we need to pitch it. We then need to manage our behavior. What does managing our behavior mean? Question for you, what behaviors will you see in those affected when change is managed well, when change is led well? What behaviors do you think you may see? When change is managed well? I'm just looking at chat and expecting you'll unmute and talk to me. Go ahead.
Well, you won't see panic. I know that's not
That's it,
behaviour,
correct.
but
You're
comfort.
right. Yeah, comfort and sense of calm as opposed to the panic. Yeah, spot on. Alignment. Yep, very much so. Anything else? Engaged, involved, absolutely. Support, yes. Those are the kinds of words that I have. Communication is appreciated, feedback is sought, celebration, willingness to go beyond is a behavior that you could see when change is managed well. A positive attitude, people know who to turn to for help. Excitement, very much so. The focus will be on systems and process, not people, when change is managed well. Now, please understand that when you are managing change, when you're leading change, resistance will happen. Resistance is natural. Expect resistance. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I will be talking about, in fact, probably towards the end of today's session, a technique, a tip, a 3-step process to manage resistance. We will talk about that and how to overcome resistance to change. I have a PDF template for you to use when you talk about how to overcome resistance to change as well. But just know for a fact that change, all change, is a loss of certainty, security, comfort. Some of us deal with that better than others. All change is a loss of certainty, security, and comfort. Why am I talking about certainty, security, and comfort? I'll tell you why. Because when we look at human needs, and this comes from a mixture of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, together with human needs psychology. And when I say human needs psychology, there's a lady by the name of Chloe Madanis that came up with the concept of human needs psychology. In other words, a concept of understanding people and understanding what people's needs are fundamentally before we even talk about change. When I say need, by the way, a need, whether it was Maslow talking about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs or human needs psychology, when I say needs, a need is like oxygen. You can't move from this room to the next room and say, I don't need oxygen in the next room. That doesn't work. You need oxygen no matter where you are. So these are needs. And there are 6 core needs of human beings. The 6 core needs of human beings, and there are resourceful ways of meeting these needs and unresourceful ways of meeting these needs. The 6 core needs of human beings, the first 2 work paradoxically with and against each other. The next 2 work paradoxically and with and against each other. And then there are the final 2. The first 2 of our core needs are the need for certainty, which is also the need for security, safety, comfort. And paradoxically, we also have a need for uncertainty. Now, when I say paradoxically, we also have a need for uncertainty. The need for certainty, can you imagine what would happen? Can you imagine how you'd feel if everything was predictable all the time? How would you feel?
Bored.
Bored. Yeah, bored. And, you know, if you have too much boredom, it can lead to an unwanted state. So therefore, you also need certainty. Sorry, you also need uncertainty. Uncertainty is a need for variety, for adventure, for change. We all have a need for change. A quick show of hands, how many of you believe that as human beings, we're built for change? Oh, this is wonderful. It was the first time, by the way, I've seen a whole panel of people put their hands up. We are built for change. If we weren't built for change, every single one of us would be in a corner somewhere in a fetal position, still being a baby. Just saying. As long as we're growing, we are changing. We're adapting. It's natural. It's funny. I called my mum on her 56th birthday when she turned 56. This is back in the day when you turn 56, you can get a senior's card. So Mum was considered a senior by the time she turned 56. There's only 18 years difference between Mum and I. So I rang Mum, said, Mum, happy birthday, you're old. Just something that came out, right? We're just having a bit of a joking conversation. Happy birthday. We're old. We're coming over later on for lunch or whatever it was. And then, you're old. She said, I'm not old. I said, yes, you are. You're more than 55. Therefore, you're getting a senior's card. Therefore, you're old. She said, son, I'm not old. I'm getting older. She said something very profound straight afterwards. And she said this, I'm getting older. Every day I'm getting older. As long as I'm getting older, I'm not old yet. You know which day you can call me old, don't you? I thought it was pretty profound. Yep. But look, we are built for change. And from the day you're born till that day, you change. So we are built for change. In other words, if we're built for change, then we have a need for change. If we have a need for change, then we need to embrace that. We need to enhance that. We need to provide uncertainty as well. So they work paradoxically. However, too much uncertainty will give you a sense of insecurity. In other words, too much change, you'll get change fatigue because it takes away your sense of safety, comfort, security. So they need to be balanced. The next two needs, there is a need for, we all have a need for significance. The need for significance is to know that you are valued, that you are important. The need to know that you're valued, that you're important, that you matter. That's the need for significance. Now, the paradoxical need for significance is the need for connection. Certainty, uncertainty, significance, connection. The need for connection is the need to belong, the need for love, the need to know that you have a place. That's the need for connection. They work paradoxically, meaning this. And by the way, I have a whole 1.5 to 2 hour workshop that talks about the 6 core needs and delves into it in a bit more detail. But I thought I'd mention these needs here and just explain that we have needs in order to know that change is uncertainty. Significance and connection work paradoxically, meaning this. The best way to feel significant and feel valued and feel important is to give significance. Get better at your craft. And all of you on this workshop, you know this, you've done this. You've gotten better at what you do. You've gotten better at managing yourself. You've gotten better at managing people, managing change. You've gotten better at your craft, whatever that happens to be. And because of that, you're able to give significance. You're able to pass that on to others. You're able to make others feel wanted, valued, and important. That is the best way of feeling significant. Now, if you do ramp up your need for significance in an unresourceful way, meaning you're a getter of significance, look at me, look at me, look at me, you will lose connection. That's what I mean by they're paradoxical. We used to have a plant manager when I was working at Ford Motor Company, and I was an engineering supervisor, and I noticed this particular plant manager. Let's call him Jack. And Jack, we actually used to call him the concrete manager. Not because he had concrete ideas of what to do, because what we used to say, the only thing he would actually manage is concrete. Because every time he walked in, he'd constantly be looking down. He never actually looked up at people. And only because he was I don't know, we all thought he was a grumpy dude. But he'd walk with his briefcase, he'd walk in through the door, constantly looking at the ground. You say, morning, Jack. And he wouldn't even look up. It's usually a grunt that was the way he responded. But one of those old school managers, he was a plant manager. Now, when the plant manager walked into the in-plant office at Ford Motor Company in Broadmeadows in Victoria, so you walk about 10 meters, and then to your left is the plant manager's office. Now, in that 10 meters to the right of that 10 meters was the plant finance team. And there was one particular person in the plant finance team who used to have a very messy desk. A messy desk. Now, I don't know if any of you are from finance or you worked in finance, but typically what I've noticed, I'm stereotyping, I get that, but people in finance tend not to have a messy desk. They tend to be a bit more organized because they need to be for their role. But this particular person in finance, and by the way, I'm very similar to that, despite the fact that I teach workplace organization, I love working off piles, meaning if I have piles of paper, I'm okay with that. It doesn't bother me. Some of us it bothers, some of us it doesn't, but it doesn't bother me. But that's the way this particular person in finance used to work. And the plant manager, Jack, used to walk past this person let's call the person Jackie, and wasn't a woman, was another person, Jack 2. And Jack used to walk past Jack 2's desk and say this, "Messy as," was the only thing he would say. "Messy as, look at you," and so on. These are comments that he'd give this person in finance as he walked past. One particular afternoon, we'd finished at 4:30. 4:30 was the official finishing time. I noticed, and I had something on afterwards after work, so I went off to my yoga class, and I came back, and I was sitting in my office, and I noticed that this finance person was tidying up their desk. Actually tidied up their desk, made it look spick and span, and had their in tray and their out tray properly organized. When I say in tray, back in my day, we used to have these things called in trays, where paperwork used to come in, and an out tray where paperwork used to go out. I know you're all a bit too young to remember, but there it is. That's the way we used to work. So in tray and out tray properly organized. There was a toaster rack of folders neatly set up, and the desk and stapler. And this is before we had computers. And Jack, the plant manager, walked in the next morning. This is after person in finance spent 2 hours tidying up. Jack walked in the next morning. If you were Jack, what's one of the first things you would say to this person in finance?
Tidy as.
That's what you would say. If you were doing Jack's role, you would say, "Tidy as, nice job. Wow, you put some effort in." Something of that nature. What Jack, the plant manager, actually said was this, and I cringe even saying it. Walked past and said, "Ain't going to stay that way." Just that. That, to me, I was sitting in the background. That got me right here, thinking, oh, that is so cringeworthy. But look, what that particular plant manager was doing was getting significance by being holier than thou, or I'm better than you, or whatever it was, whatever that mindset was getting significance, not giving significance. You know what happened in terms of the connection between that plant manager and Jack and that finance person. Yeah. You know what happened, the connection. So if you're a constant getter of significance, you'll lose connection. By the way, if you're constantly wanting to belong and feeling like you need to fit in, for example, you lose your sense of significance. I'm reading a book, or I'm listening to a book by Cassandra Goodman. I don't know if anyone's heard of Cassandra Goodman. Cassandra Goodman wrote a book called Being True. And I write down notes. I go for my morning walks, and I write down notes of the things that I hear. And she said this: belonging comes from being true to yourself. I'm quoting Cassandra Goodman here. Belonging comes from being true to yourself. You don't need to fit in to belong. You only need to be you. And I thought that was a very profound little statement. You don't need to fit in to belong. You only need to be true. Dr. Brene Brown, I don't know if anyone's heard of Brene Brown, but once again, an author and a speaker, entirely worthwhile listening to. Brene Brown's topic, by the way, is shame and vulnerability. A globally recognized speaker on shame and vulnerability. Brene Brown said this. She said, because true belonging only happens when we present our true and authentic selves to the world, our sense of belonging can never be greater than our sense of self-acceptance. I thought that was another profound thing. But connection with self is all you need. Connection with getting better at what you do. That's when you're enhancing your sense of significance and connection. By not getting significance, by getting better, that means you can give significance. So give significance, you'll build connection. Now we know this intuitively, we know this. The final two needs are the need for growth and the need for contribution. Those first four needs are called the needs of the personality. The second two needs are called the needs of the spirit. Of the spirit meaning it's something that engages you, gives you purpose to continue to grow. The more you contribute, the more you grow. Now those two, they don't necessarily work paradoxically against each other, growth and contribution. They support each other. You grow, you contribute, and that leads to your growth. But those first four needs, top two work paradoxically against each other and with each other. Second two work paradoxically and with each other. So these are the 6 core needs of human beings. when I do run a 1 or 2 hour workshop, I typically talk about how do you lead yourself and manage yourself by manage your own behavior by resourcefully meeting your needs. But please know that all change is a loss of certainty, loss of security, loss of comfort. So therefore, resistance is natural. This is why resistance happens. But you'll find flavors of resistance. And I'm about to show you a picture and a spectrum, just as a bell curve there. I don't know if any of you have seen this particular bell curve. It's called the law of diffusion of innovation, also called the law of diffusion of change. The law of diffusion of innovation, the law of diffusion of change. And it goes like this. The first 2.5% of the population, we are the innovators. We come up with the harebrained ideas. I say we are, I don't necessarily count myself as an innovator, but if you are one, you come up with the harebrained ideas. People never thought of it, but you come up with it and you sprout it and you're passionate about it. The next 13.5% of the population are the early adopters. As soon as they hear of the change, they want to be seen to be first. The innovators and the early adopters are the ones that queue up for 6 hours because the Google Pixel 11 is coming out. You know what I mean, right? Because they want to be seen to be first. Innovators and early adopters. The next 34% of the population are the early majority. The early majority are the ones that look for the benefits of the change. They go seeking the benefits of the change before they adopt the change. They need to know. That's all they need to be. They need to know that it's going to be okay. Now, I'll give you the contrast between the early majority and the late majority. The early majority need to know that it's going to be okay. The late majority need to know what could go wrong. That's all they need to know. What could go wrong and how are we going to manage it? They're the risk-averse people. I'm talking about naturally risk-averse or naturally early majority or naturally early adopter. So the reason I'm talking about this is later on, I want to talk about how to overcome resistance to change. And I'm going to use this model to explain to us how to overcome resistance to change. But in change leadership, we need to manage our own behavior. What do you think is one behavior of a leader that can hinder change and in fact, demotivate, potentially demotivate, but more importantly, kind of slow down change? What do you think is the one behavior of a leader that can hinder or slow down change? What do you reckon it might be?
You mentioned the modeling earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I think demonstrating the change.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So what I'm about to talk about is the opposite of demonstrating the change. Yeah. And I'm going to give you a little technique to help you manage yourself, manage your own behavior so that you don't do, or you do less of this, what I'm about to show you. The one behavior of a leader that can hinder or slow down change is this. Procrastination. Procrastination is effectively ramping up uncertainty within yourself as a leader. If you say that you're not sure, that's what I mean by the pure word uncertainty. And if you continue to do that, that is the reason. But there is a reason for procrastination. Typically, the reason for procrastination lies somewhere, the cause lies somewhere in fear. We will talk about fear later on as well and how to manage fear. If I was to write this, if I was to say 80 and I put a slash, what comes after 80? 80. You've heard the principle, the 80-something principle.
80-20.
Yep, that's the principle that we all know. I'm going to talk about a different principle. This is called the 80-51 principle. The 80-51 principle. Now, they're not meant to add up to 100. I was fortunate enough to be mentored by a gentleman by the name of Jack Nasser. Jack Nasser, J-A-C, Nasser. If you look him up, you'll see what his background is. A typical well-known leader, but at the same time had his ruthless side, at the same time as his amazing visionary side. And interestingly enough, he had an interest in connecting with people, but people that he sought, connecting with those people and bringing them up. So he actually, he was a global head of, global CEO of Ford Motor Company. And when he came to Australia, he decided to mentor me. I had a 2-hour mentoring session with Jack Nasser. And he taught me this. He said, when you want to move, when you want to overcome your own procrastination, you only need to remember the 80-51 rule. But please, the way he said it to me was like an absolute. I'm going to say, please do not apply this rule, the 80-51 rule, when you're dealing with changes or when you're dealing with issues that are health, safety, and environment related. Please do not apply this for health, safety, and environment related changes. The 80-51 rule works like this. If you have 80% of the info, the information, the data, the analysis, if you've done 80% of the analysis, if you have 80% of the info, and 51% of the influence, 80% of the info, 51% of the influence means that you go, move, do not hesitate, do not procrastinate, move forward. The way Richard Branson applies this rule, with any change that he's going to propose that he wants to move forward with, Richard Branson, well-known entrepreneur, and I think Elon Musk has a very similar kind of mindset. But the way Richard Branson goes forward with this is this. He has two questions that he asks himself. First question is, what's the worst that can happen? Second question is, can we cope with that? What's the worst that can happen? Can we cope with that? If the worst that can happen is something that we can cope with, he moves. The 80-51 rule says 80% of the info, 51% of the influence, go, move. Using this can help you overcome procrastination. What does 51% of the influence mean?
Majority.
See, when you say majority, when it comes to influence, majority doesn't work in terms of number of people. You can actually get 51% of the influence. I'll give you an example, right? If I wanted to make a change that relates to people and culture, Kathy, getting you on my side with the change gives me 51% of the influence. Am I right? Within AICD. If I can get that sponsorship, and I chose you, Kathy, because you said you're the head of people and culture. But I'm saying if I can get the head of people and culture backing the change and knowing that it is a worthwhile change, knowing that it is the right thing for the people and right thing for us, knowing all of that, imagine I've taken care of that. If I can get Kathy on my side, there are, how many of us? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us on this call. I don't need to get more than four of us on my side. It needs to be myself and Kathy. Kathy, you add the 1% of weight that will help us move this change forward. That's what I mean by 51% of influence. Who's your sponsor? Who is it at a level that can sponsor you through the change? Get them on your side. That is political savvy. That is knowing that you can move forward with the change. Team, is that helpful? 80-51 should give you a sense of confidence when you can get that 51% of influence. So team, so far we've dealt with creating the environment and managing behavior. I will pause there because we've been going for the last hour-ish. And let's take a short break. By the way, my slide simply said 80-51, and I'll flash that up after the break. Would you be okay with a 5-minute break, everyone? 5 minutes and we'll get back into it. I'll set up my timer of 5 minutes. See you soon. What's it like in Sydney at the moment? Comfy, nice?
What was that, the weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
Is it? It's nice here in Brisbane, a little bit drizzly. John,
The rain is supposed to be on its way for Sydney though.
is it?
So Sunday, Monday, it's supposed to be a couple 100 mils coming. So batten down the hatches,
Hey.
people.
A couple of hundred mils.
Feels like it never stops raining in Sydney. I thought we were supposed to be getting the El Nino versus the La Nina, and it's never arrived as far as I'm concerned.
True.
Well, it's been beautiful here in Brisbane. Just thought I'd make you jealous, but there's a little mild drizzle out there and it actually feels beautiful. We're off to Kingscliff to do a park run tomorrow. Anyone else do park runs? Heard of park runs? Yeah, you heard of it? Community-led event, 5 kilometers every Saturday morning without fail. And we're looking forward to it. One of my favorite hobbies is running, walking, hiking out there. Another favorite hobby of mine is actually World of Warcraft. I love playing World of Warcraft online. There you go, an online game. Lots of different types of hobbies, contrasting ones too. Let's go back to my slides and have a look at the rest of the content. And this is where we were. I'll take you through the next couple of slides. And I find when it comes to us as leaders, managing our behavior, because our people walk in our shadow, people kind of model us, managing our behavior is important. 80% of the information, 51% of the influence equals go, is a good little mantra, but please don't apply this for either business critical or health, safety, and environmental decisions. Make a decision for the rest of the decisions that you make based on 80% of the info, 51% of the influence. Now, most of you intuitively know that this works well. But the other thing to do, procrastination can come from fear. Fear, I will say, is imagined risk. Not real risk, not danger. Fear is imagined risk. It's important that we understand fear, because if you can understand fear, then we can understand how to overcome it. If you can understand how to overcome it, there's less likelihood that you would procrastinate as a leader of change. So avoid danger, which is real risk, overcome fear. I've got this little quote from Cypher Rage in a movie called After Earth. It's a movie, made up character. But this is Will Smith playing this character, talking to his son. He says, son, fear is not real. The only place that fear can exist is in our thoughts of the future. Is in our thoughts of the future. In other words, what we're imagining the future to be. It is a product of our imagination, causing us to fear things that do not at present, may not ever exist. It's not exists, may not ever exist. Don't misunderstand. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice. We are telling ourselves a story. I thought this was very interesting. Fear is imagined risk, whereas danger is real risk. We need to mitigate danger. We need to overcome fear. I'm not saying overcome fear in an instant. No, feel the fear and overcome it. Fear can be your friend as well, meaning fear sometimes keeps you safe, particularly when you know that that fear comes from a set of knowledge or beliefs that you've had previously, or what set your beliefs, where it comes from. So if you know that something could go wrong, I'm going to call that a real risk. The imagined risk is fear. So there are causes of fear. Fundamentally, there are 3 universal fears. When I say 3 universal fears, this is having done some studies around fear. The 3 universal fears. There's a fear of not belonging. In fact, these fears have a lot to do with the core needs that I took you through, the core needs model that I took you through earlier on. The fear of not belonging, the fear of not having connection is a fear. The fear of not belonging. The fear of not being loved or appreciated is a fear. And the third one is focused on significance, which is a fear of not being enough. Speaking of significance, I remember I was at KPMG, one of our clients, KPMG, a consulting firm. on Collins Street in Melbourne, and I was on the 6th floor coaching some of their change managers, some of their change leaders. And I happened to finish the coaching. I was going down to the ground level from the 6th level, and I stood at the lift, and this gentleman I pressed the button, the light was on, and this gentleman turned up and kept pressing the button, even though the light was on, saying the lift is coming. He just had to come over there. And you could see that he was in a bit of a huff. He had his laptop there, he had a couple of folders there, he's kind of pacing back and forth, and pressed the button again and stood there. And me, I just start up conversations. I don't worry about starting up conversations. I said, how are you going? And he said, oh, I'm so busy. Now, this just came out of my mouth. I sometimes have this wide filter between my brain and my mouth, but I just say things. And I said this, do you know why people say they're so busy? And the lift doors open, the lift came along. He was going down to level 3. I was going down to the ground level. I said, do you know why people say they're so busy? And we both walked into the lift, and I'm standing here and he's standing in the other corner of the lift. He said, no, why do people say they're so busy? And I said, because, and by the way, this just came out of my mouth without me thinking about it. I was trying to impress them as KPMG as a client, but I said, because it makes them feel important. I just said it. I just blurted it out. And you should have seen his reaction. By the way, do I have evidence of that? No, but have I had observations of that? Yes. So you should have seen his reaction. His first reaction was one of those, how dare you say that when I'm telling you that I'm so busy kind of reactions. But then the lift doors opened on level 3, and he held his hand there, and within a few seconds, his entire demeanor changed from, how dare you say that to me, to he turned around and looked at me in the eye and kind of gave me a little smile. And as he's walking out, he said this, I think you might be right. And he walked out. And I thought it was an interesting reaction from him. But we tend to keep busy sometimes because it makes us feel important, because it gives us a sense of significance, but we don't need to. We are enough. We're enough to cope with whatever's coming. We do have a sense of significance because we are who we are and where we are, particularly this cohort, you that I'm talking to, you know, you're here as part of the leadership cohort because of what you've done and how you've been. But 3 universal fears: fear of not belonging, fear of not being loved or appreciated, fear of not being enough. And I'm going to give you a little technique, and you may have seen me use this technique of how to kind of overcome momentary fear. I'm not talking about long-term fear, but momentary fear. How to overcome momentary fear can happen in an instant if you remind yourself of something. So the fear of not belonging comes from a lack of self-worth. That's the root cause. The fear of not being loved or appreciated comes from a sense of or lack of self-appreciation. The fear of not being enough comes from a lack of self-trust. Back yourself. Believe in your own sense of certainty. Back yourself. And 80-51 sometimes helps you to back yourself. Yeah. And the way to overcome all of that, in fact, the deep root cause, is because I'm going to do a little exercise with you before I reveal what's the deep root cause. I'll stop sharing screen. Can I ask you, are any of you connected to your laptop with a headset? No, you are, Ingrid, but do you have a wire or is it wireless? It's wireless?
Wireless, yes.
Wonderful. Can I get you to do a little exercise, please? I'd like you all to stand up and just stand so that you can still see me, you can hear me, but stand in that way. Because I'll tell you the deep root cause of why fear happens. Any of those fears happen. Stand. Okay, so as you're standing there, what I'd like you to do is this. I'm going to click my fingers and I'll say 3, 2, 1. And when I click my fingers, I want you to look down at your feet and look up. That's all I want you to do. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's do that again. 3, 2, 1. Cool. I'm going to ask you a weird question, and you can shake or nod your head accordingly. Tell me, are your feet in the past? No. Are your feet in the future? No, your feet are right here, present. Wherever your feet are, that's where you are. That's the only thing you need to keep in mind. Presence. When you are present, what happens is that when you are present and you remind yourself of where you are, as there's a sense of gratitude for where you are that creeps in unconsciously. And that sense of gratitude overcomes fear. The neurology that fires up when you have gratitude cannot fire up. Sorry, the neurology that fires up when you have fear happening is different to the neurology that fires up when you have gratitude. So when you have gratitude, you can't have fear. So be grateful for wherever you are is the way to overcome momentary fear. So you may have seen me do this occasionally. When I'm worried about something may go wrong, I look down at my feet, and I know exactly where I am. I'm here for you. That's all I need to be worried about. Do I have my material? Yes, I do. Do I know what I'm talking about? Yes, I do. I've studied enough of it to know that. Do I have 51% of influence to lead you on this? Yes, of course I do. You're here. So I'm okay. I can go. I can release that momentary fear. Do you like that, team? Looking down at your feet can remind you of where you are, and that sense of gratitude for where you are, just being present, can help you overcome momentary fear. Useful? Because you can take a seat. The deep root cause for momentary lack of self-worth, self-appreciation, self-trust, actually comes from either a gap in knowledge or beliefs. But all you need to do, the deep root cause, is not being present. When you're present, the act of being present. Now, how do you become present? How do you create more presence? How do you be in the now as opposed to yesterday or tomorrow? Well, that takes practice. I'm just saying that takes knowledge and practice. So that's how you overcome fear. So I'm going to go into knowing what can happen. Knowing what can happen. What do I mean by knowing what can happen? You remember these levels, right? These levels. I'm going to talk about know what can happen when change is imminent. And I'll take you through it in this way. You remember I drew that, there was a picture earlier on of that spectrum of adoption of change. The law of diffusion of change, or the law of adoption of change, goes like this: 2.5%, followed by 13.5%, followed by 34% and 34%, and then the final 16%. So the first 16% of any given population, what I mean by that is any gathering, any group, any collective, the first 16% are our innovators and early adopters. There is momentary hesitation amongst even the innovators and early adopters, but what you need to know is what drives them. If you know what drives them, you'll be prepared for the questions that they may have. If the innovators and the early adopters are driven by the need to be seen to be first, when you propose a change to them, what kind of questions might you come across? Let's explore the kinds of questions that you may hear from them if they're an innovator or an early adopter. Go ahead. If you're an innovator or an early adopter and you want to be seen to be first, I'm proposing a change to you. What will your natural reaction be? What kind of questions could you ask me? Let's make up some questions. So for example, can I be first? Will be the first question. Keep going. What else do you think they might want to know?
When's it going to take effect?
Yep. How quick, even more than when. Notice my language. How quickly can we do this?
Yeah.
Keep going. What else?
What do you need me to do?
Yes. It's like, I've already accepted that it's happening. It's done. I'm an early adopter. What do you need me to do? Keep going. What else?
Can I be involved in testing?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah. Can I be part of a UAT, user acceptance testing? How soon can we all have it? How quickly can we all have it? Like it's a given, right? It's going to be good. So therefore, how quickly can we all have it? Can my team be first? These are some potential questions you'll get from innovators and early adopters. If the early majority, this is the early majority, as opposed to late majority. I explained that the early majority are driven by benefits. Driven by benefits and features is what they're driven by. If the benefits and features stack up, then they will go with the change. They will adopt the change. What kinds of questions do you think early majority might have?
Why is this better than what we did previously?
I will say that is getting close to a late majority question. How is this better than what we've done previously? Is a slightly differently framed question. That is clearly an early majority question. How is this different to what we've done previously? Keep going.
What are the outcomes or the benefits?
Like it. What are the features? Kind of sits alongside it, yes? What are the benefits? What are the outcomes? What else?
How is it going to impact me?
How is it going to impact me? Yep, I will put that here, yep. But the body language of that will be from the perspective of, I just want to be convinced. Any other questions? Because don't forget, it doesn't only have to be about me and us. It can also be, I'll give you an example of a question. Who else has done this? How did it perform there? And bordering between early majority and late majority, have we actually got their lessons learned, if you like, and are we applying that as well? Now let's go to the people that are slightly more risk averse. And by the way, we need the risk averse people. We need them because they do bring up certain aspects of any change, of any system, of any situation that we need to have thought about. So if you are risk averse, what kind of questions could you have?
Why are we doing this?
That correct. Instead of how do you know this works? Why are we doing this? Yep. Keep going. By the way, everyone has that. Oops. Everyone, all of these categories has the why are we doing this question, but to lesser or more degrees. Keep going. What else if you're a risk averse person? What do you want to know? And I'm talking about you as a recipient of the change, right? At the receiving end of the change. What can go wrong?
Am I going to be okay? Yeah.
Am I going to be okay?
Yeah.
What can go wrong?
How does it impact my job?
How does it impact my job? That's kind of bordering between early majority, late majority, because that's a little bit about, what are the benefits for me kind of thing. How do you know it'll work? Not who else has tested it. How do you know it'll work is a kind of a borderline question there. But, things inevitably go wrong. What happens if it goes wrong? That's a valid question, isn't it?
Have you thought about XYZ identifying?
Have you thought about, correct? Have you thought about these potential weak points? Potentially. Not saying they are, but have you thought about them? Things inevitably go wrong. What's my go-to? What is there? Are you going to roll out a help desk number? Because things inevitably go wrong, because they are risk averse. They know that things inevitably go wrong. The final category are our laggards. Now you notice the word that I wrote there is lag. What dimension is lag a connotation of? Lag is a connotation of what? Is it height, width, breadth? It's a connotation of time, isn't it? It just means they'll be the last people to come on board. If they're the last people to come on board, what kinds of questions might you face from the laggards in the group?
What's wrong with what we're doing now?
What's wrong with, why can't it just stay the same? Correct. What else?
How has this affected others, or,
I like that how question. That's somewhere between an early majority and late majority question. It's not necessarily a laggard question. It's a good question. Do I have to? There you go. What happens if I don't? When's the latest by which I have to? I'll only come on board if I have no choice. Are you telling me I've got no choice? Notice the body language of those questions. This is what people truly think of as being resistance, but it's not. Resistance actually happens across the entire range. But these are the questions that you need. Now, the mistake that a lot of change leaders tend to make, some change leaders, not a lot. The mistake that some change leaders tend to make is focusing 90% of your efforts on laggards. You don't need to. By the time you've got roughly somewhere between 16 to 20% of people on board, by the time you've got somewhere between 16 to 20% of people on board, the change is inevitable. So where do you need to put 90% of your efforts?
In the very front,
At the
definitely.
very front, at the very left-hand side of this spectrum. Get the innovators and early adopters to test it first. Now, I have seen situations, sorry, Ingrid, I have seen situations where you have previously convinced a laggard who's typically naturally a laggard to test it. That is even more powerful, but ideally get the innovators and early adopters to test it first, and then get the early majority to test it. Sorry, Ingrid, you're going to say something else?
Yeah, no, I was going to add, we when we did the transformation in Telstra, we worked out on the 18%.
Yeah.
And we knew that once we reach 18% of people, we will be fine. But with the laggards, what we had with them was if they had a position of influence, that was the only time that they could potentially derail the 18% on the other time.
Spot on. Spot on. It's important that we identify that. So when you are a change leader, not only do you need to be mindful of what's in it for them, and you need to be mindful of your own kind of behavior through change, and avoiding procrastination where you can. In other words, get that 51% of influence, get 80% of the info. You also need to be mindful of the things that people will want to know. These are the things that people want to know, and focus your efforts at this end. Does that mean you don't have the answers to these questions? No, that's not what it means. Where, by the way, will you have the answers to all of these questions? Where will you have them documented? Because they need to be. And you saw it briefly on the slide that I had up there. If you have, yeah, your FAQs. When you have your FAQs, and in particular those FAQs, firstly, answer those questions, and then you consider the answer to some of the other questions as well. Have them on your FAQs, but you don't need to focus a lot of your effort on the laggards. You need to focus your efforts on the innovators and early majority. Innovators, early adopters, and early majority. Now, team, here's the other little fact about this model. The other little fact about this model is that each of us naturally sit somewhere on the spectrum. Given my background and what I've said about myself, where do you think I naturally sit? I know you've only known me for a couple of hours, but go ahead, guess where you think I might naturally sit.
Early adopter.
You're right. I'm probably closer to the early adopter end of early majority is where I naturally sit. Yeah. I like to know the benefits. I like to know what problem are we overcoming and what's a desired future state. I ask all those questions before I come on board. You know, who else has done it? Do we have evidence? I'd love to see some evidence. And oh, have we learned something from that? Oh, that's great. That's my body language. In 2017, August 2017, you know how I mentioned that I'm an online gamer? I love playing World of Warcraft online. We had an internet connection for which I was paying $170 per month. It's a lot of money. But as an online gamer, favorite hobby, online gaming, so therefore $170 a month was worthwhile. Because, and I don't know if any of you know what internet speeds are like, but I was getting a consistent download speed of 113 megabits. Does anyone know whether that's good, bad, or indifferent? That's pretty darn good. In the Australian environment, in our landscape, 113 megabits is pretty darn good. And I had a download speed. This was my download speed, and an upload speed of something like 9 megabits. And I was very happy. I got a phone call from Telstra, and they identified themselves as Telstra, and we did the ID check, the two-way ID check, and they were Telstra. And this lady said, look, we're rolling out NBN. In fact, in your neighborhood, NBN is ready. And boy, do we have a deal for you. We're going to save you $80 a month. Sorry, not 80. You're only going to pay $90 a month for your high-speed NBN connection, as opposed to the previous connection that I had, which was a cable connection. Boy, do we have a deal for you. Come on board. What part did you play in this, Ingrid?
I know exactly what you're doing, because yes, you're right.
So HFC to, cable to NBN, they said $90 a month, and please come on board, get on board. It's a great deal. And, and I said, no, and I hung up. I simply said no and hung up. They called me that was in August. They called me in October again. And they did this. They said, by May next year, your copper connection is discontinued. So therefore, you need to come on board NBN. And boy, do we have a deal for you. We're going to save you $80 a month. No, thanks. In December, they called me. Same spiel. And I was saying no initially. And they said, oh, don't I have until May, was my question. And they said, no, it's been brought forward to mid-February. This is towards the end of December. And I did my old, if I have to. Where was I, by the way, on the spectrum? Where was I being?
Lag.
Absolutely. Fairly and squarely there.
But you had a reason, though.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they just cannot do 113 in the NBN, full stop.
Oh, I can do 250 if I really want on the NBN.
Well, not at the beginning of the rollout.
No, at the beginning of the rollout, they were promising me 100.
Yeah, exactly.
But look,
I was going to say, Parth, your example, like just a personal reflection on me. If you look at that bell curve,
yep,
there's no right or wrong of who you are. It's what's your context?
By that context,
what are the drivers of your behavior, right? So
what's important to me?
Yeah,
is where we need to start. What's the question that this lady from Telstra, or what's the pitch that this lady from Telstra should have done, and what's a question she should have asked me?
Instances.
Sorry, Amanda?
Why are you resisting? Ask why.
No, I will resist even more if you ask me a question of why you're resisting. I'm not resisting, is what I'll say.
I think ask you why you love what you've got so much.
Yeah. How about if you lead with now, just be aware, everyone, a why question, I could be defensive, okay? Why question, I mean, Amy, why are you wearing that scarf around your neck? There's a sense of defensiveness that initially comes up, right? Yes. But a what question or a how question kind of deflates that defensiveness. So if this lady had asked me, what do you use your internet for? And I would have said, oh, online gaming and a bit of browsing and emails and stuff is what I would have said. I would have led with online gaming. Now she could have said, could you hold on a moment? Because I want to see how this can help you with online gaming. Because what we're proposing for you is 100 megabits, and for your home, it's actually fiber to your home, to your node, as in to your home is what you've got in your street. If she had actually looked into it, and by the way, I'll tell you what speeds I ended up getting. If she had said, look, we'll be preserving around that 100 megabits anyway, and she could have promised me that my upload speed was going up. And guess where I landed, by the way? Because I said, yeah, if I've got no choice, just put me on the $90 price plan. I ended up with, that was my download speed. But my upload speed went up to 37 megabits. As an online gamer, my interactivity with that online world is what's important. And the upload speed is vital. So they put me on that plan for that. And I loved it. Don't get me wrong. The change happened. I absolutely loved it because the speed, the responsiveness went up. But notice exactly what you're saying there, Mike, which is, it can be contextual. So it is important. So rather than telling you what's important, what do you think is important as a change leader? What do we need to be mindful of? And what do we need to do? Go ahead, fill in the blanks.
Our personal biases.
Yes. Yes. What else?
We'll understand what's important to our team. And to
You've
the
got to
impact that it has
understand
on the
what's
team.
correct. You've got to know your team. You know, this level of knowledge and capability, you've got to know your team. And you've also got to know which team members are you going to bring on board first. You've got to know that. And you've got to know that our people need to know as well. And if our people need to know, you need to create these FAQs. Have them handy. Start by getting the innovators, early adopters on board. As Ingrid said, focus on that 18%. And beyond which, like I said, somewhere between 16 and 20%, the change is almost inevitable. Hey team, has that been useful? Guess what? We've already been through the first two keys of how to overcome resistance to change. The third key, meaning the key to overcoming resistance to change, I will go through a little bit later on, but we've already been through the first of the two keys of how to overcome resistance to change. Let me show you the PDF that I have handy that I will be sharing with you, and please make use of this. 3 keys to overcoming resistance to change. What's in it for them? What's the purpose? Craft the simple message that will land for them. Know the person, know your people, and create the FAQs. And there's a third key that I need to elaborate a bit more. I've taken you through this. But also know that your innovators and early adopters, they'll jump at the change. And the feelings, how do you recognize them? You'll get feelings of excitement and enthusiasm from them. Love it. About time is the kind of language you may hear from them. What are the kinds of questions they may have? Why haven't we already done this? That's an interesting question. Can I be the first to get one? Whatever that is, right? Where can we get that? How do we get it first? Can a whole team have it? When will this be rolled out across the whole organization? And I've left some blank spaces there for you to craft your own questions, knowing your team. The early majority, you'll recognize them because there'll be openness and curiosity with a kind of body language of, I'm glad someone's thought of this, let's just make sure it works. Their questions, I've listed, I'm not going to read them all out. Notice the kinds of questions there. There's an interesting one. Does it always work? As in, I know it's worked over there. We know that it's going to work over here. The late majority, you will recognize them because you'll get feelings of caution, hesitation, and this kind of sense of slow down, hold on, prove that it works or I ain't going to budge. And there's a bunch of questions. Where or when has it not worked? Not where has it worked, but where has it not worked? Why didn't it work there? Aren't we the same as them? So it's not going to work here, right? What's the worst case scenario? Have they already done it? There's an interesting question. In other words, have the early majority already done it? You will find that the late majority recognize the early majority, and who's tested it? Oh, good. They have tested it. Good stuff. And the laggards, you'll get this feeling of discomfort and resistance. This is not their fault. It's not the person's fault. It is the system or the process they've been through in the past. And you'll get a sense of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or because most change is bad. This is where you'll feel that change fatigue, and those might be some of the questions. So I've got this template for you, and you're welcome to use that template to craft your own kind of sense of managing the change. Now, like I said, I don't want to take away from what Nicole, what you do as a change manager, but just adding to that. So that's the law of diffusion of change. Your innovators, they're the enthusiasts. Early adopters are visionaries. Your innovators are probably visionaries. Early adopters are enthusiasts. Early majority are pragmatists. Late majority are conservatives. And laggards are skeptics. Let's talk about beliefs. I've briefly mentioned this, right? A convenient assumption of reality that you choose to subscribe to. I want to stop sharing screen because the next time I share, I'll share with sound. I've got a YouTube video queued in the background that I want us to watch. But there's a little exercise that I want us to do. Question for you. You ready? How many of you think that you are a cartoon artist? Quick show of hands. Cool. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to grab 6 blank pieces of paper. So I'll give you about 30 seconds to a minute to find this. 6 blank pieces of paper and a marker pen, ideally, but a pen is okay, a marker pen, ideally. So 30 seconds to go and find 6 blank pieces of paper and a marker pen. A notebook would be fine. Yep. Wait a few seconds for Mike to get back. So here he is. I'm going to lead you. You're all good, Mike? Blank bits of paper and a pen of some sort. Cool. I'm going to lead you through a little video. There's an exercise that I want you to do. Play along with the video. Let's watch. Now, when I share screen this time, I can't see all of you. So, because at my end, I'm sharing quite a lot of resources on my computer. So I have a YouTube video queued here. When I hit play, can one of you please unmute and tell me that you can hear the sound? Did you hear the sound there?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. All righty, let's watch.
Hi, I've got a question for you. How many people here would say they can draw? Well, I think we've got about 1 or 2% of the hands going up. And it's interesting, isn't it? It's a little bit like people think of spelling or singing. They think, well, you can either do it or you can't. But I think you can. Because when people say they can't draw, I think it's more to do with beliefs rather than talent and ability. So I think when you say you can't draw, that's just an illusion. And today I'd like to prove that to you. Now, when I say draw, I'm not saying we're all going to draw like Michelangelo. We're not going to be painting the Sistine Chapel ceiling. But would you be happy if, by the end of this session, you could draw pictures a little bit like this? Or even a little bit like this? Well, actually, there's only 2 things you need to do to be able to achieve this. 1 is have an open mind. Are you up for that? Yes. And 2, just be prepared to have a go. So grab a pen and a piece of paper. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. I'll show you the first cartoon we're going to do, so just watch to begin with. Here we go. Just watching. That's going to be our first cartoon. It's a character called Spike. So I'd like you to draw along with me. So I'll draw the first line, you draw, and when you've done that, look up, and I know you're ready for the next line. Okay, here we go. Start with the nose. Now, the eyes, they're like 66s or speech marks. That's it. Next, the mouth. Nice big smile. Now, over here, the ear. Next, some spiky hair. Next, put the pen to the left of the mouth. Little line like that. Pen under the ear. Drop a line like that. Pen to the left of the neck. Top of the t-shirt. Line to the left. Line to the right. Just hold your drawings up and show everyone. How we all...
Hold your drawings up.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. So, it looks like you've just learned one cartoon, but you've actually learned more than that. You've learned a sequence that would enable you to draw hundreds and thousands of different cartoons, because we're just going to do little variations on that sequence. Have a go at this. Draw along with me. Nose. Eyes. Smile. That's it. Now some hair. Pen to the left of the mouth. Under the hair. A little V shape for the top. Line to the left, line to the right. So we've got another character. Let's call her Thelma. So we've got Spike and Thelma. Let's try another one. Here we go. Another little variation, getting the idea. Starting with the nose. But this time we'll change the eyes slightly. Look, two circles together like that. That's it. Then, two little dots in for the eyes. And this time, we'll change the mouth slightly. Watch. Little circle coloured in there. Have a go at that. Next, the ear. Now we'll have some fun with the hair. Watch. Some nice curly hair. Then same thing, pen to the left of the mouth. Little line like that. Under the ear, drop a line. Top of the t-shirt, line to the left, line to the right. I think we'll call him Jeff. We'll do one more. One more go. Here we go. You're getting the idea. So we'll start with a nose again. Notice we're doing little variations. Now we'll change the eyes so we've got them apart, and we'll put some little dots in like that. Next, the mouth's slightly different. Let's put a little V shape like that. Triangle. And a little line across, and we'll just colour this little bit in. Now watch this bit carefully. Some hair. Watch. Here we go. A little line like that. Next, a bit more there. And watch, a couple of triangles to make a little bow. Triangle at the bottom, rest of the hair. Pen to the left of the mouth again. You get the idea. Drop a line for the neck. Another V shape. Line to the left, line to the right. There we go. Let's call her Pam. So you've done 4 cartoons. You can have a little rest now. Take a rest. You're getting the idea. All we're doing is little variations. We could go on, I'll just demonstrate a couple to you. We could go on all day, couldn't we? You could do someone looking unhappy, a bit like that, or you could experiment with perhaps someone who's, just draw a straight line. Someone looking a bit fed up, or perhaps you could do anything you like, really. Just try things out. Look at this. Little squiggle. There we are. So all sorts of things we could do. Actually, one more I'll let you do. One more idea. This is a great little technique. Have a go at this. People with glasses on. Just draw a nose a bit like Spike's. Next, draw some frames, so 2 circles like that with a little bit in between. Now, just put some dots inside for the eyes like that. Next, the ear, so it's a little bit like we did before. But this time, we'll join up the frames. That's it. Watch this bit. And this bit I really like. Watch. And then, a little bit there. Pencil under the moustache, line down. Top of the shirt, left and right. So there we have it. We could carry on, couldn't we? Hopefully we've done enough to convince you that, in fact, we can all draw. And not just people here. I've worked with, I'm going to give you 3 examples of other people who've learned to draw, and I actually surprised them too. And I'm going to save what I think is my favourite, most surprising example until last. The first example is I've worked a lot with children and students in schools. And actually, the little ones, they just draw fine. But when they get to about 15 or 16, most of them think they can't draw. But I've worked with them. I worked this week in a school where I was coaching them on using pictures for memory. And a girl was trying to remember what red blood cells do. And she drew this little picture of a red blood cell carrying a handbag with O2 on it to remind her that the red blood cells carry oxygen to all parts of the body. That was a great one. The other people I've worked with is many adults in all walks of life, and particularly in business, and they often will want to make presentations memorable. So again, a quick cartoon or a sketch could be really good for that. And again, most people think they can't draw, but take this example. A couple of wavy lines. Little boat. Could be a metaphor to represent we're all in this together. So that, if that was just drawn in a presentation, would really stay in the memory, wouldn't it? Yeah. But the third example is, you shouldn't have favourites really, should you? This is my favourite. Have you ever been at a party when someone asks you what you do? I get a bit sceptical when people ask me that. And this lady said to me, I said, I do a bit of training and I teach people to draw. And she said, would you come along and do some for our group? She said, I work with some people, she was a volunteer, a group of people who've suffered strokes. So I said, well, I'm sure I could, spare some time for that. So I said I would, and I booked a time in. Have you ever done that? And you get nearer the time and you think, what have I let myself in for here? Will I be able to do it? I thought, what could I do with them, you see? So I know, I'll do my cartoon drawing, they'll like that. But then as I got nearer the time, I got more and more apprehensive, because then I was thinking, well, I've worked with children, I've worked with all sorts of adults, I've never worked with a group like this. And it turns out it was all part of a charity called Talk. And this Talk charity is a wonderful charity that helps people who've suffered strokes but have a particular condition known as aphasia. You might have heard of aphasia, sometimes called dysphasia. And the key thing is, it affects their ability to communicate. So, for example, they might have trouble reading, writing, speaking, or understanding. And it can be quite an isolating condition. It can be very, very frustrating and can lead to a loss of confidence. Anyway, so I prepared all this stuff, went to do this session for a couple of hours, tea break in the middle, and I got more apprehensive. But actually, I needn't have worried, because I'm going to show you now the work that they did. And it was one of the best things I've ever done. I'm going to show you the first slide. And I taught them Spike, just like I did for you. And I want you to see the reaction on their faces when they did this.
A good chunk of your time is actually spent writing emails. If you don't know what Grammarly is, it's basically a digital writing.
What you can see here are 2 of the stroke recoverers on the left and right, and one of the volunteer helpers in the centre. And each stroke recoverer, there are about 36 in the room with volunteers as well. There's 1-to-1 helpers. And you can just see the delight on their faces, can't you? Let's look at another picture. This is a gentleman called David. And he's holding up his picture, and you can tell it was the picture of Spike, can't you? In fact, I think he's drawn Spike even better there. But what I didn't realise until even after the session was that a number of the people in this session, including David, were drawing with their wrong hand. David's stroke meant that it affected the right side of his body, and he drew with his left hand, as many did. Nobody mentioned it to me. Nobody complained. They just got on with it. And it was an inspirational session for me. It was quite a humbling session, one of the best things I felt I've ever done. And at the end of it, I had a lovely email from Dr. Mike Jordan, and he's the chair of the talk group, happens to be a medical doctor, he's the chair of the group. And he wrote to me, and I'm quoting, he said, "Our recoverers learned today that they can draw." He said, but more than that, this sort of activity really builds their confidence. So I was happy, he was happy, everyone was happy. They've invited me back again, and I go in there now about every 3 or 4 months. So it's great. So I thought that was a lovely example to share. Fancy one more drawing? Here we go. Grab your pens. Here we go. Right, I'm going to get you to draw someone that you would recognise. So, start with a big nose, a bit like Spike's. Next, we'll do some eyes. And you might be thinking, this is also a bit like Spike. Watch the next bit. You getting warm? There you go. Little line down there. Down here. Little V shape. Line to the left, line to the right. Then you've got Albert Einstein. So, you've got the pens with you. You've proved that you can draw. You're very welcome to take the pens with you and have a practice at home, even show somebody else. But actually, I'd like to leave you with a final thought. When you walked in here today, many of you didn't believe you could draw. And, you know, I've got a question for you about that. How many other beliefs and limiting thoughts do we all carry around with us every day? Beliefs that we could perhaps potentially challenge and think differently about. And if we did challenge those beliefs and think differently about them, apart from drawing, what else would be possible for us all? Thank you very much.
You like that? Team, I know, Amy, you said you have to duck out, but I would love to kind of open this up to your breakout rooms. Just have a quick chat about what you've learned. Have a quick chat about what you've learned so far. And I've got a little bit of content to go, but I'll give you 5 minutes in your breakout rooms just to have a bit of a conversation. Amanda, I might move you to room 2 so that there'll be 3 people in each room. Amy, I trust you got some value from today and around how to be the change leader and some of the framework that I'm going through. This is just one of the frameworks, but I trust you got some value.
I did, thank you. I look forward to the slides and all the information too, and to see the rest of the recording. Thanks everyone, sorry I have to go.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Team, I'm going to open the breakout rooms. What I want you to do is 5 minutes, have a quick chat. What did you learn? What have you learned so far? What have you noticed? What would you like to share? 5 minutes, breakout rooms. I shall see you on the other side. All good? Just a quick kind of recap for yourselves. Any questions? Nope. All righty. Your breakout rooms will be open in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy. Amy, if you're watching the recording or anybody else watching this recording, know that there's probably about another 20, 25 minutes of content remaining. So it'll kind of feel a little bit rushed at the end, but I think we're on track. welcome back and tell me about your conversations. Room 1, Ingrid, Mike, Nicole. What have you learned? What have you noticed? What would you like to share? Don't
I'll kick off. One of the comments was the unique way, sorry, bringing it back to the broader theme of change, was taking something that at first glance may seem overwhelming and breaking it down into very simple, manageable components. Was one insight.
You saw that in the little video. Notice the power of that. The power of that is, how long did it take? A quick show of hands. How many of you know how to draw cartoons now? Yeah, it took 15 minutes to go from, I'm not a cartoon artist, to I know how to draw cartoons, only because it was broken down into the bits that matter. Yeah, cool. Was there anything else from room 1? Ingrid, Mike, Nicole?
I'll jump in. It's also
Right.
identifying the why.
Yes.
Because, you know, we did talk a lot through the session on, you know, questioning to identify where people are in that curve. But there are a lot of people who don't talk, they don't engage, because they're sort of, you know, it's part of the fear of what's going on, or also all part of their personality. So we need to understand the why for the people, so that you can then design methods to engage those people, because they aren't as obvious.
Which means you need to know your people. Yep.
And I think the last point was about the little changes that actually create new pictures.
Yep.
So on how those incremental changes are, yeah.
Excellent. Room 2, Amanda. Thank you, room 1. Amanda, John, Kathy, go ahead.
Similar ones there about that incremental approach and the benefits of that. But flowing from that is the importance of communication.
Yes.
And recognizing that different iterations or increments throughout require different communication, and the adopters and their particular positions and time that they take on requires that specific communication that meets their needs. We also then, when we were going to the far end, just made mention of being mindful of the early adopters when you're still communicating to the people that may be lagging somewhat, and the importance of keeping that enthusiasm up with them when it may take a little bit longer and more specific communication to later adopters.
Yep. Yep. And, you know, when you talk about enthusiasm and motivation, the first place we need to start with that is within ourselves. And then we can move to others. So good conversation. Thank you for that. I want to take you through last couple of components of leading change. And I trust it's okay that I'll go through without a break. Is that okay, everyone? Until we finish. Is that okay? Let's crunch through. Sorry, I'm just going to stop sharing. There's something went wrong when I shared screen, and I'm just going to adjust it to just at my end, not at your end. Right, so we've talked about adopting a leader's beliefs. Now, you know, the structure that I gave you that we went through with that video was a structure for drawing cartoons, drawing expressionful people's faces, for example, right? So the same thing applies for any structure. Now, I know that to shift a belief, and I only know this because I've actually studied hypnotherapy, and I'm actually a certified hypnotherapist. And as part of hypnotherapy, I've actually found out that when people say that they want to change, and that's why people come to me for hypnotherapy, when people say that they want to change, what they don't want to change is who they are. What they want to change is certain beliefs they might have. There are some people that come to me to say, I want to change who I am. But particularly when it comes to beliefs, 15 minutes is sufficient for me to work with them to shift any belief. Sometimes it's a technique of hypnotherapy that I use, but sometimes it is simply giving them the confidence and create certainty. So I have certainty. Your certainty must exceed their doubt. So as a hypnotherapist, my certainty exceeds their doubt. I don't think I can change is what they come to me with. I don't think I can change that belief. I help them to understand how to shift that belief very, very quickly. So I have a structure for shifting beliefs, and I use that quite consistently. And I actually give myself a 15-minute time slot to do that in. But if your certainty must exceed their doubt, your certainty must exceed your own inner doubt first. Now, this is bordering on being the leader of change. When I say being, that means the identity of it. How do you think you can create certainty for yourself? How can you create certainty for self? What do you think? Ingrid, were you trying to say something? You think might be on mute.
Yeah, so I was just, I don't know, maybe a bit off here, but in my case, for example, I need some facts, and
Yes,
maybe not up to 80%, but but yeah. So
look, I'm actually going to say the 80-51 is how you create certainty for self. That's a tool that you already have now. So collecting the facts, collecting the information, convincing yourself is the first step. And the only way to convince yourself is get the information, know your people. That's what we've gone through so far. Get the information, know your people, break it down into smaller chunks. That's how you create certainty for self, and stay focused on the end goal. Now, the other thing you need to do is, of course, adopt a bit of a master mindset, which is around taking responsibility and ownership of the change yourself. Be decisive. And when you are, that actually lends itself to uniting relationships. The one leader that I admire the most was all of that and empathetic at the same time, was certain about what they were doing. And, certainty of knowing what you're doing also means back yourself and don't talk about what they should do. It is also okay, by the way, to say that you don't know. It is also okay, no matter what level of leader you are, what level of the organization you are, it is also okay to say that you don't know. And that comes into managing yourself and managing your state as a leader. Managing your state simply means that it's not all going to be smooth sailing. But that red line that you see, this is the typical Kubler-Ross change curve. It's actually not the change curve, it's a grief curve that Kubler-Ross came up with. And what she talked about was the fact that we might start off with high expectations, but don't be aware that it might people might go into despair with the amount of change. So break it down to smaller chunks. And see the red line that kind of keeps that momentum of not moving too high up and too high down is structure. Structure and breaking down into the right chunks and knowing the why will help kind of maintain that momentum. Also be mindful of your own physiology, how you hold yourself. Because physiology reflects psychology. There are two types of physiology. There's restricted physiology and there's expansive physiology. Restricted physiology, constricted, sharp, shallow, uneven breath, dominated by internal dialogue, dominated by continuously thinking about problems and mistakes, narrowed vision, possibly looking down, not expansive or using peripheral vision, slouching shoulders. Be mindful of your own physiology. I think I have a video that demonstrates restricted physiology. Let me see if this will actually open on this screen. I'm just going to stop sharing screen, but share this time with sound so you can hear. This is, and you'll see the context, just a moment. I'll share with sound this time. So when I share this, you will notice an example of restrictive physiology, which reflects restrictive psychology. This is Jamie and Rupert Murdoch.
I have no knowledge, and there is no evidence that I'm aware of that Mrs. Brooks or Mr. Hinton or.
So, team, I'm just going to pause that. I need you to disconnect with the context. Just look at the physiology and the psychology.
Or any of those executives had knowledge of that, and their assertions, certainly Mrs. Brooks, and assertions to me of her knowledge of those things has been clear. Nonetheless, those resignations have been accepted, but it's important, on the basis that there is no evidence today that I have seen or that I have any knowledge of that there was any impropriety.
I am now aware of that. I was not aware at the time. Also aware that you amended that considerably very quickly afterwards.
I think she amended it 7 or 8 years afterwards. But did you or anyone else?
Sorry.
Did you or anyone else at your organisation investigate this at the time?
No.
Can you explain why?
I didn't know of it. I'm sorry. If I can just say something, and this is not as an excuse, maybe as an explanation of my laxity. The News of the World is less than 1% of our company. I employ 53,000 people around the world who are proud and great and ethical and distinguished people, professionals in their life, and perhaps I'm spread watching and appointing people whom I trust to run those divisions.
Why did you not dismiss News of the World Chief Reporter Neville Thurlbeck following the Mosley case?
I'd never heard of him.
Okay. Despite a judge making clear that Thurlbeck set out to blame 2 of the women involved.
I didn't hear that.
A judge made it clear that Thurlbeck set out to blackmail 2 of the women involved in the case.
That is the first I've heard.
So there it is. There's an example of restricted physiology. Now, the reason I wanted to show that video is because I want to show you the next video, which is James Murdoch, same person, James Murdoch, showing expansive physiology as opposed to restrictive physiology. Just saying that it is possible for the same person to be in 2 different ways. And the very next slide after that, I'm going to show you how you can manage your own state. So if I open this next video, you'll see what I mean. This is James Murdoch.
For years, we use something in the business we call software offers, where a customer would call up to cancel a subscription and they would say, can you just give me a deal, or I want to leave for whatever reason, et cetera. And we would say, fine. And we used to call this covert marketing, right? And you would say, fine, I'll give you half price on Sky Sports. I'll give you, a half price on this other product, et cetera. Now, the problem is we didn't realize fast enough that you can't do anything covertly anymore. When you have millions of customers and many thousands of them are talking online to each other about what's going on, there is no discrete offer in the marketplace. You can't put a deal in Reading and expect the people in Glasgow not to hear about it and say, why am I not getting that? I'm a good customer. I've been paying you for 10 years. Why can't I have that, et cetera? So we had to completely change the way we did this. We had customers now teaching each other how to game the system. We had whole websites springing up saying, if you call at this time on this day and you say it like this, don't let them turn you down once, don't let them turn you down twice. They'll give you a deal like this over here. And it was this discussion.
So there it is, the same person displaying expansive, deep and open breathing, no internal dialogue, being free. So I want to show you this little model. I'm going to share screen, but show you without sharing sound. The model of how you could potentially manage your own state. Sorry, pressed the wrong button. How you could manage your own state to be a bit more expansive. And typically, all of restrictive physiology comes from being stuck in, and this model, we call the Mercedes model for obvious reasons. This model is shows that restrictive physiology comes from being stuck in one of these 3 quadrants. You're either stuck in your thinking, or stuck in how you're feeling, or stuck in and doing the same thing over and over again, stuck in how you're acting. In order to shift from a restrictive physiology to an expansive physiology, all you've got to do is shift one of these things. I will say the easiest thing to shift is how we act, what we do. All 3 of them, in other words, your internal process, your internal state, and your external behavior are intricately linked. I know you've all had experiences of where you're deep down on something and you're starting to feel a little bit overwhelmed with it. But the minute you stand up and go and make yourself a cup of tea and come back, you feel better about it. You feel better about the task, better about the project, better about whatever it is that you're doing. So manage your state. Manage your state by shifting one of these things. Either shift how you think. Now, shifting how you feel is probably the harder thing to shift, because how you feel kind of is embedded with unconscious actions within your body, which will lead you to how you feel, and it's your limbic brain that you're trying to control, so to speak. But you can start to think differently, think a different thought, or do something different. I find the easiest thing to do in order to shift your thinking or shift your feeling is do something different. Shifting your thinking, meaning shifting how you're thinking, also means go and connect with someone else to get a different perspective. The minute you do that, how you feel can change. If how you feel changes, then that means that you can manage your own physiology better. That's managing your state. Let's talk about the purpose of change. And then I want to finish off talking about being the change. The purpose of change. In order to explain the purpose of change, I will say that there are 4 levels of experience that we all have. The 4 levels of experience, level 1 experience, and in fact, we all live for level 1 experiences. A level 1 experience is where you feel good, and a level 1 experience feels good, and you know it's good for you, it's good for others, good for the greater good. It feels good, it's good for you, good for others, and good for the greater good. Now, not everything in life is like that. A level 1 experience is when you've had a win, when you've passed that exam, when you've successfully completed a task. That's a level 1 experience. But you can't have a level 1 experience unless you do a level 2 experience. The more level 1 experiences you want to feel is dependent on, in fact, if you want to increase the number of level 1 experiences you want to feel, it depends on how many level 2 experiences you're willing to undertake. A level 2 experience does not feel good. It's not good for you. Sorry, does not feel good, but it is actually good for you. Putting in the effort into the endeavor, you know, may not always feel good, but you know it's good for you. And if it's good for you and you're leading change, it's also good for others. If it's good for you and you're leading change and it's good for others, you know that in the long term, it'll be good for the greater good. A level 3 experience, by the way, may feel good, but you know it's actually not good for you. You know, procrastination actually leaves you in comfort. Procrastination may feel good, but it may not be good for you, may not be good for others, may not be good for the greater good. A level 4 experience, by the way, looks like this. Doesn't feel good, doesn't tick any of the boxes. Now, the reason I'm talking to you about all of these levels of experience is because all change, strategic and planned change, is a level 2 experience, meaning in the midst of change, you may not feel good. It's not just you, but others may not feel good, but we need to be mindful of that. So we need to be mindful of the fact that change is a level 2 experience. So break it down into the little bits that change for the better. And Mike, you know exactly what this calligraphy means, right? It's Japanese for change for the better. It's 2 words, Kai Zen. Interestingly enough, if you actually watch a video about the true meaning of the word Kaizen from Gemba Academy, so if you did a search for Gemba Academy, true meaning of Kaizen, you'll find that the first of these kanji, the first of these symbols actually means self, and whip yourself is what it means. You know, the first half of this, meaning if I was to draw a line here for the first half, this means self. And the second image here, which is Kai, the second image means there will be pain. There will be self-pain. This next kanji, change for the better. The better comes from, would you believe, there's a top half and a bottom half to this. The top half of this symbol, the top half of that symbol actually means like a goat or a sheep. And the bottom half of the symbol means an altar. So sacrificing a goat on the altar kind of connotation. So the meaning behind Kaizen, or change for the better, is that there will be a small amount that you will need to let go of for the greater good. It's change for the better. But you can't do that in a huge way. You can only do that in small ways. So break down the process of change. Know that the purpose of change is change for the better. If the purpose of change is change for the better, then we need to be mindful of that, and we need to make sure that we break down the change into the component parts, which will be change for the better. So the last little bit about being the change comes back to how to be while we roll out the change. And for how to be while we roll out the change, I'm going to talk about the 3 core values that most successful changes have most people that are leaders of change, that they embody these 3 core values. The first of the core values starts like this. Actually, I won't complete the sentence because the second of the core values also starts with an R. Give me a word that we need to embody as a leader of change that starts with the word R, letter R. Give me a word. What do you reckon? Let's play Wordle. I'll give you the second letter.
Reward.
Nope. Third letter is an S.
Resilience.
You're close, but not quite. The fourth letter is a P.
Respect. Oh, you got it.
It is respect. The first is respect for people. The second is respect for process. There are certain bits of methodology and process that you've learned today. Respect it, meaning accept that it is what it is, but don't state respect for process means accept the process for what it is. The current state's the current state, but don't accept that the current state is the best you can be. True respect for process comes from following process and making it better. That's true respect for process. Respect for people means this: adopt a belief that says that the true root cause of whatever might be going wrong, by the way, that's my attempt at drawing those same pictures. The true root cause of what might be going wrong is not the person. Go hard on the process, go soft on the people. That's true respect for people. And the other way to show true respect for people is a third of these core values. There's a Japanese word, Mike, you might know of this word, or you may know the concept that this word originates from. And the word that you may find in typical continuous improvement and change methodologies is, I'm going to write the word, but I'm going to delete the word and write a different word, is Gemba. Gemba actually comes from the phrase, the Japanese phrase, Genshi Gembutsu. Now, I'm going to move away from Japanese in a moment, but Genshi Gembutsu means if you want to know what's going on, you need to go to the place where it's happening and go and see for yourselves. So the three core values that are at the core of all successful change is respect for people, respect for process, and go and see. Now, until you go and see, you won't know what the process is. Until you go and see, you're not actually showing respect to the people that are doing the process right now. Respect for people, respect for process, and the final one is actually a respect for the place where things are happening. So I've talked about the purpose of change. The three keys to overcoming resistance to change. Let me remind you. Start with what's in it for them. Second, know your people, know their response to change, be prepared for it. And third, be the change, be respectful of people, be respectful of the process that they're following right now. It's not their fault that the process is working that way. The fault is in the system. So go hard on the process, soft on the people, and go and see to truly understand. Understand, connect, appreciate before people may connect or understand or appreciate the change. So that's being the change. Sustainable change comes from the core of those. So the questions that you will need to answer for your own change leadership style is what will you, I'm not going to ask you to answer them right now, but what will you choose to stop doing? What will you do differently? What attitudes, beliefs, values will you choose to adopt? Henry Ford said this, and I'm going to leave you with these final thoughts. Whether you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. And one of my old friends that I used to play marbles with many years ago also said that you must be the change that you want to see. Anything that you want to see outside of you, you need to have within you. Team. That's the final component of knowledge. That's the final component of that frame that I gave you, which is around that 7-step frame. That's not steps to do, but it is 7 aspects to be. I'm going to ask you to perhaps take 10, 15 seconds to have a think. And I want each of you to please type in one thing you've learned today that you can take away to help with being a change leader. Type in one thing that you've learned today as we finish. What you think you could do differently, or what you've learned today. What have you learned? What have you noticed? What do you think you could do differently? Type something into chat. I'll read them out. Ability to change beliefs in a structured way is something that you've learned, Ingrid. Beautifully said. When we use structure, we can actually change anything. I like that. Keep going, everyone. Don't expect people to change things about themselves that you can't change about yourself. Beautifully said. Go ahead. I'd love to see a couple more comments and then we'll wrap up. Cartoon drawing exercise to break down belief. Yeah, that you can't do to I can do. Yes, to break down that belief from I can't do to I can do. By the way, that's it. That's simply a YouTube video. Just do a Google search for why people think they can't draw and what to do. Mindset, motivation, momentum. You like that, John? That with the right training, coaching, we can change our beliefs, says Kathy. Thanks, everyone, for your comments. I think I've seen a comment from everyone. I certainly have. Team, was that good value for you? Wonderful. I look forward to seeing you on the next part of your journey, wherever that might take you. Just know that I'm actually delivering the Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt component, where I talk about one or two of the concepts that we talked about today. That's more about the structure for sustainable change. I'm also leading the Green Belt training program for you at AICD. And that's more about how to solve problems when we come across change. I look forward to seeing you on the next step of your journey. Thanks very much, everyone. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.